Chapter 2165. Just now I am a little tired. If General Meng did not have his teachings, Chu Yang would like to leave and find a place to rest. Chu Yang smiled, his handsome face remaining calm. A total of 15,000 enemies were wiped out, then giving the corpses as gifts to the enemy's commander. Chu Yang's actions were almost crazy, but Meng Huya deeply understood that this was not because Chu Yang was inhuman, cruel, and merciless, but because Chu Yang was using such actions to express the anger in his heart. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind these words. These corpses are a warning from Chu Yang. If anyone else came, the result would be the same as these corpses. Or it could be said that this was a challenge to the entire ink cloud sky. Chu Yang, I admit that your strength has increased greatly, and this old man knows that I'm powerless against you. However, you've acted so arrogantly this time. Isn't it a bit too much? Meng Huya's expression was bleak as he said, I did not do my best and have been punished by the Sky Emperor. After this, I will return to Ink Cloud Sky to receive my punishment. You and I may not have the chance to meet again. Meng Huya said heavily, It is no longer important who is right and who is wrong in this matter. But before I leave, I still have to give you a word of advice. Consider it a little communication between you and me. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his expression turned solemn. Please speak. Meng Huya was silent for a while. The world is big and there are many experts. There is always someone better than you. It is definitely something you cannot imagine. This sentence seemed to be an empty statement that had no meaning at all. Hearing this, Chu Yang was unexpectedly silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he finally said seriously, Thank you very much. Meng Huya's expression was still heavy as he nodded slightly. He had always felt guilty and had a good impression of this young man in front of him. After today, there was a great chance that they would part forever. He would rather use this last chance to give this young man a word of advice with all the experience he had accumulated in his life. Chu Yang suddenly raised his head and said, General Meng, to return the favor, I also have to give you a word of advice. Meng Huya sighed. Please speak. Chu Yang said softly, I believe that Marshal Yu will have experts of the saint level under his command this time. But in this battle, including the canyon, I have never met one. With our strength, even if we can't change the battle situation when facing experts of that level, we would not have suffered as little loss as now. Chu Yang completely ignored Meng Huya's increasingly ugly expression and continued to say, Elder Meng, your situation in Ink Cloud Sky is not good. Meng Huya's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, Chu Yang, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. He waved his hand and was about to leave. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He didn't say any more superfluous words and turned to leave. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, the sky suddenly darkened without any warning. From the dark Yama gorge that Chu Yang and the others had come out from, countless things suddenly rushed out with a crashing sound. Bang! 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 A cold voice said, Chu Yang, not only did you give me those gifts, you also gave me these gifts. Everyone's expression changed. Looking closely, they were all shocked. What fell from the sky were also many corpses. Just by looking, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. The previously empty space suddenly turned into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses, piled high. A burly figure walked out step by step from the Yama Gorge with a gloomy face. Yulai, Marshal Yu of Ink Cloud Sky. He had rushed here at such a delicate moment. Following behind him was a large group of military officers from Mo Yuntian. Every one of them had a dense, murderous aura around them. The way they looked at Chu Yang was as if they wished they could swallow him whole. Yu Lai and the others had been waiting on the other side to completely cut off Chu Yang's possible escape route. But after waiting for more than a day, they still did not see the people inside come out. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. According to the predetermined strategy, no matter what, someone should have come out now. Even if Chu Yang and the others did not come out, their men should have come out. The delay of information was the biggest taboo of a military strategist. So Yu Lai could only send people in to investigate. But after sending 3 batches of people, there was no news at all. Yu Lai knew that something must have happened. He immediately led 100 trusted experts into the Yama Gorge. By this time, the poison that Chu Lu had set up had begun to weaken. Besides, these people were all top experts. After discovering that there was poison, Yu Lai immediately used the saint's conveyor technique to empty the surrounding air. Then he wrapped everyone with his deep cultivation and walked all the way in. But after entering for a short distance, they found a large number of corpses. But in that dark place where there was no light, even with Yu Lai, they could not tell whether these corpses were the enemy or their own people. After searching for a while, relying on some things that the corpses were wearing, they could tell that all the corpses were their own people. How did our people die here? Yu Lai ordered to bring the corpses and continue to move forward, but they did not expect that there would be more and more corpses in front. Searching one by one to confirm their identity would be too late. Yu Lai ordered to bring all the corpses. When they got out, they would check these corpses again to see how many of them were their own subordinates and how many were their enemies. But the further they went, the more corpses there were. These 100 people collected all the corpses along the way. Their storage rings were almost full before they finally finished collecting. The storage rings of more than a dozen super experts were all full. How much storage was there? Yu Lai and the others rushed all the way and finally came to the entrance of the Yama Gorge. But they unexpectedly heard the conversation between Chu Yang and Meng Huia. For a moment, they could not help but fume with anger. "Deputy Commander Yu," Meng Huia cupped his hands and was about to explain when he was interrupted by Yu Lai. "Shut up. Meng Huia, what face do you have to talk to me?" Meng Huia said lightly, "I do not think that I have neglected my duties. What is Commander Yu's accusation?" "Bullshit." Yu Qi flew into a rage. "I let you command, and you command them to death? Is this still not neglecting your duties? How do you still want to neglect your duties?" Meng Huia said lightly, "It's not that I don't want to command, but Deputy Commander, you should understand your own subordinates. Will they listen to my command? We know each other well. Do you really want to say it out loud?" Yu Lai said angrily, "Then tell me, why is not a single one of your subordinates dead? The facts are in front of your eyes, and you still want to talk glibly and quibble." Meng Huia said lightly, "That is also because Deputy Commander Yu had ordered me to not continue to participate in this extermination." Yu Lai was so angry that he laughed. "So, you and Chu Yang appreciating each other, talking and laughing together, and betraying the secrets of my M.O. Yuntian was also ordered by me?" Meng Huia said lightly, "This argument is only Deputy Commander Yu's side of the story. I have a clear conscience, and am worthy of the billions of lives in M.O. Yuntian. This is enough." "Presumptuous," Yu Lai scolded. "You have already confided in the enemy, and you still dare to talk about having a clear conscience? No wonder you led so many people to chase after Chu Yang, but were defeated. It turns out that you already had a rebellious heart and had no intention of avenging the Grand Prince. Meng Huia, you are a traitor of M.O. Yuntian." When this sentence came out, no matter how good Meng Huia's temper and self-restraint were, he would still be furious. Even the Dream Slayer army generals behind him were inexplicably indignant at this moment. "We have more than 10,000 people chasing after Chu Yang and lost more than 8,000 people. Now, you are saying that we are traitors? Please think more when you speak, Deputy Commander Yu. We, the Dream Slayer army, are definitely not traitors and will never become traitors." Meng Huia's face turned cold. "Therefore, I do not dare to accept the word traitor." Yu Lai's murderous aura was heavy. Meng Wuya, from what you said, I am wrong to say that you are a traitor? Meng Wuya was not afraid. He said, Yes, Deputy Commander Yu's words are indeed thoughtless. Yu Lai's face suddenly turned black. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. In a deep voice, he said, Chu Yang, I have long heard of your great name. Just an ant like you can make us, the people of Mayan heaven, go to war. This is really something to be proud of. At this moment, in this situation, don't you want to say something? Chu Yang was a little confused. Yu Lai was obviously happily arguing with Meng Wuya, but when the internal conflict was fierce, he suddenly turned his head to talk to him. Moreover, he said something that did not make sense. He could not help but roll his eyes and said, Say something? What is there to say? Oh, right, I still have something to say. What I want to say is very simple. You Mayan Tian people can be my enemy in this life. Even if you die in the Yellow Springs, it is something to be proud of. Yu Lai's words were full of arrogance and condescension. But Chu Yang's counterattack was even more ruthless and did not leave any leeway. The positions of both sides were clear. Naturally, there was no need to leave any leeway in the conversation. To be hypocritical and courteous at such a time would only lower his own status. Yu Lai's face was cold. He said with hatred, Chu Yang, you have always been talking about unfairness. It is our Mayun heaven that has let you down. Now, I will give you a fair chance. You have just finished a great battle. You must be very tired and have little strength to fight again. I will give you a chance to recuperate on one side. When you are full of energy, we will continue this battle. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and said with a smile, You are indeed the commander of Mayun heaven. How imposing. But I don't know what kind of fair chance Deputy Commander Yu is giving me. Is it the hundreds of people here fighting me alone? Or is it me fighting more than 100 of you alone? Yu Lai said faintly, You'll know later what this marshal's tongue is like. Then he turned his head and no longer paid attention to Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recuperate. Chapter 2166. Just as Yu Qi had said, Chu Yang really couldn't leave now. If he left now, Yu Qi would start chasing after him. If that was the case, Chu Yang and Tan Tan would have the ability to escape, but Bai Yu Qin and the others wouldn't be able to. After all, the people who came with Yu Qi this time were all top-notch experts. There were as many as 5 top-notch experts who had reached the saint level. Yu Qi himself was a saint-level expert. Among the 4 early-stage saint experts under him, one of them was at the peak of the early-stage saint level. The others were at least at the celestial level, and they were all at the peak of the celestial level. If such a team were to pursue and kill Bai Yu Qin and the others at all costs, it wouldn't be as easy as turning over one's hand or as effortless as blowing off dust. But it would still be a sure thing. If one were to exclude Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the Tribulation Divine Soul in Chu Yang's entire team, then only Bai Yu Qin and the other 2 people would have a little bit of strength to fight. The others would basically be in a bad situation where they would die at the first touch. Now that Yu Qi had caught up, it wasn't realistic for Chu Yang to want to escape, unless he could bear to abandon the majority of the people. Only a few people escaped. But Chu Yang definitely couldn't do such a thing. In the current situation, he could only wait and see, and then act according to the circumstances. Seeing Chu Yang return, Yu Qi turned his head again to look at Meng Wuya, but the murderous aura in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. The promise he made before was true, and there was nothing strange about it. The reason why he didn't hesitate to give Chu Yang a condition first was to take down Meng Wuya first. As long as he took down Meng Wuya, it was equivalent to breaking Meng Wuya's boss, Mu Shuai's arm. Meng Wuya disregarded the emperor's grace and betrayed the enemy. The evidence of his crime is conclusive. He ignored the blood feud and treated the heavenly emperor's order as a joke. He colluded with the enemy and destroyed more than 20,000 of my Mayan Sky's elite men. Such a despicable act is really a heinous crime. His crime is unforgivable. His subordinates, The dream executioners are all in cahoots with him. If we don't get rid of these traitors, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to appease the souls of the 20,000 heroes in heaven." Yu Qi's voice was deep and slow. He looked at Meng Wuya with a gaze as cold as ice. Every word and sentence seemed to be chasing after the soul. His voice was cold and chilling. "Fellow comrades, I, Yu Qi, will represent Lord Sky Emperor to give the order today. This Mo Yun Tian rebel, Meng Wuya, will be arrested on the spot. If he resists, kill him immediately." "Understood." More than 100 people behind Yu Qi revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. "Wait!" Meng Wuya shouted and looked at Yu Qi. "Vice-marshal you. Even if I am guilty, I still need to return to Inkcloud Sky and let Lord Sky Emperor judge. Vice-marshal you. You don't have the right to determine whether I am dead or alive." Yu Qi said coldly, "Traitor, you are still talking nonsense. A despicable person like you. Everyone has the right to kill you." He raised his hand, and there was already a token in his hand. "When I first arrived at Demon Emperor Heaven, I have already sent back the news. Meng Wuya has rebelled against Inkcloud Sky Emperor and is in cahoots with Chu Yang and the rest. Lord Sky Emperor has already ordered me to handle this matter with full authority. Meng Wuya, do you still want to go back to Inkcloud Sky to explain? You are destined to have no hope in this life." Meng Wuya was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He couldn't believe that Yu Qi would actually do anything to frame him. It was even more unbelievable that he had already become a traitor in Inkcloud Sky. Just because of Yu Qi's one-sided statement, Heavenly Emperor Inkcloud concluded that he had betrayed Inkcloud Sky. When the dream executioners behind him heard that, they all revealed an extremely angry expression. There was even an indescribable grievance in them. In order to complete the mission, so many of our comrades died. Just because of a few words we became traitors? Is there still justice in this world? Bathing in blood and killing for 100,000 miles, fighting alone far away from home. Not familiar with the place, who knows how much suffering, how much grievance, how much humiliation, and how much humiliation. They actually became traitors? Meng Wuya looked up to the sky and sighed. He only felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He was actually speechless for a long time. "Deputy Commander Yu, I know your target is me. I will surrender myself." Meng Wuya said bitterly, "It's just that I don't know if you can let these brothers of mine go. If I am worried that they will turn on me, I will let them disband on the spot and never return to Inkcloud Sky. They will fend for themselves in Inkcloud Sky." Looking at Yu Qi's posture, Meng Wuya already knew that he would definitely not allow him to return to Inkcloud Sky alive this time. Whether he resisted or not, the outcome was already destined. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. "Great General!" countless officers shouted. "No matter what, we will not abandon the Great General and escape alone. Since Yu Qi wants to kill us, then let's fight it out with him. Yes, fight it out with them. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Yu Qi sneered. "As expected, you are all jackals of the same tribe, traitors. Kill all of these traitors for me. Don't leave anyone alive." Meng Wuya looked up to the sky and sighed, his expression sorrowful. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a reason to do so. Marshal Yu's actions are indeed dignified. He takes care of everything. Haha! I, Meng Wuya, was born in Inkcloud Sky. I grew up in Inkcloud Sky. I was born as a person of Inkcloud Sky. I will die as a person of Inkcloud Sky. I have been through hundreds of battles. I have been loyal to His Majesty. I have never done anything deceitful. But I never thought that today I will become traitors of Inkcloud Sky. Now that I have become a traitor to the heavenly court, where is justice? Where is justice? Meng Wuya looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally, but that laughter sounded like he was crying. Behind him, the thousands of Dreamslayer army soldiers all felt the same. They were all about to cry. They had fought for Ink Cloud Sky all their lives. They had no regrets. They were good men. They threw their heads and spilled their blood. When had they ever feared death? Who would have thought that they would become traitors of the land they protected? Ha ha ha! Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Indeed, justice is not in the human heart. Right and wrong is up to people to say. Meng Wuya looked up to the sky and laughed, his tears finally rolling down, his eyes full of desolation. Yu Qi's face was like iron. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, what are you still hesitating for? Take down the traitor in front of you as soon as possible. First, quell the internal strife. Kill the traitor, then go to the foreign invaders. Take revenge. In Cloud Sky's prestige. Today is the day." He waved his hand. The clear sky was suddenly dyed black. A voice full of majesty said, "Take down Meng Wuya. Kill the traitor. Purge the heavenly court." Everyone heard it clearly. This voice was the voice of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianjie himself. When this voice came out, Meng Wuya and all the Dreamslayer army felt like they were struck by lightning, each of them trembling all over. Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud personally said that Meng Wuya was a traitor. Then it would no longer be a case of 3 people becoming a tiger or public opinion, but it would definitely happen. In other words, this was already an ironclad case. Even if there was no shadow at all, it had now become a fact. The last bit of hope in Meng Wuya's heart completely collapsed at this moment. A person whose heart had already been shattered. Even if he was a saint, so what? Yu Qi looked at Meng Wuya cruelly and proudly and shouted, "Obey the Emperor's order! Everyone kill!" Roger. The aura of more than 100 experts under his command became stronger, and they roared in unison. Then, more than 100 people moved together, closing in on Meng Wuya and the others, overflowing with murderous intent. Meng Wuya's expression was inexplicably sorrowful, his lips trembling. His eyes, which had always been wise in the past, were now a little frantic and confused. It was as if his life's belief and persistence had all collapsed at this moment. Behind him, more than 1,300 Dream Slayer army people were also in a daze. Shwa! The hundreds of Ink Cloud guards who had survived the previous battle suddenly retreated in an orderly manner, pulling away from the Dream Slayer army. At this time, they were retreating to make their position clear. We have nothing to do with Meng Wuya. They were not Meng Wuya's direct subordinates, but belonged to the royal family of Ink Cloud Sky, so this was not adding insult to injury. Now that the situation was clear, Meng Wuya and the Dreamslayer army had been convicted of treason, so it was not strange that they wanted to protect themselves. In an extremely quiet place, only the sound of the footsteps of more than 100 people could be heard slowly moving forward, rustling. The sound of tears falling down. Those were the tears of the Dreamslayer army soldiers. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. General is not a traitor. We are not traitors. Suddenly, a Dreamslayer army deputy general's face was full of tears, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. As he screamed, he suddenly rushed out without caring about his own safety. We are not traitors. We have never been traitors. His body trembled, and he opened his hands. We want to see His Majesty the Sky Emperor to explain. This is Yu Qi's trap. General Meng is innocent. We are innocent. We want to see His Majesty the Sky Emperor. However, more than 100 people opposite him did not say a word. Their expressions were cold, and they stared at him coldly. A sword light suddenly flew out. Wu Changfeng, get out of the way. Meng Wuya shouted, but the deputy general, called Wu Changfeng, did not react at all. He opened his hands and blocked in front of everyone, shouting, "General Meng is not a traitor. We are innocent," like a bolt of lightning. The sword light pierced into his heart. At this point, Wu Changfeng's voice came to an abrupt end, and he looked at the sharp sword in his chest in confusion. Suddenly, he shouted heartbreakingly, "We are innocent!" His majestic body suddenly fell forward, and thick blood slowly spread under his body. Meng Wuya's eyes were wide open, and he shouted, "Yu Qi, no matter what crime we bear now, we still have to go back to Mo Yin Tian. We should at least have a chance to appeal. Why do you want to kill us now?" Yu Qi said indifferently, "You still want to go back to Mo Yin Tian? You still want a chance to appeal? Should I say that you are blindly loyal or stupid? Or are you a complete idiot?" He waved his hand coldly and shouted, "Kill, leave no one alive!" Yu Qi had prepared all of this for a long time. When he first came out, he had not met with Meng Wuya and had not investigated at all. He had already sent back news that Meng Wuya was chasing Chu Yang, and there was something fishy about it. Chapter 2167. With Meng Wuya's combat strength and the strength he possessed, Meng Wuya could easily defeat him. It was absolutely impossible to not catch a junior who only had the strength of a saint. Then, in an extremely short period of time, he sent back 3 messages in a row, saying that Meng Wuya and Chu Yang appreciated each other, saying that Meng Wuya was too critical of the deceased, and then went one step further, saying that Meng Wuya and Chu Yang colluded. And when he sent another message, he simply said that Meng Wuya was very dissatisfied with the way His Majesty handled things, and already had the heart of disobedience, and so on, pushing forward step by step, layer by layer, gradually made Heaven Emperor Mo Yin, under the pain and anger of losing his beloved, finally issued a secret order to capture Meng Wuya. Under such circumstances, how could Yu Qi let Meng Wuya return to Mo Yin Tian alive? Once he returned, wouldn't all the schemes he had set up this time be for naught? Moreover, Meng Wuya always had Marshal Mu over there to protect him. No matter how bad it was, he would not die. Meng Wuya not only had the cultivation of a saint, but he was also a rather important figure in Marshal Mu's group. Killing Meng Wuya would undoubtedly be a considerable blow to Marshal Mu's group. As long as Meng Wuya died here, there would be no evidence. Then, whatever he said would be the truth. If he said to rebel, he would rebel. If he said to resist arrest, he would resist arrest. Anyway, at this moment in Demon Emperor Heaven, only he, Yu Qi's people, could survive. Whatever he said was the truth. Who could refute? After returning, he could even use Meng Wuya's matter this time to ruthlessly attack Marshal Mu's faction in the military. It was a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In any case, the situation of losing soldiers and generals had already been decided. With Meng Wuya as a scapegoat for colluding with foreign enemies, how could they not make good use of him? All the losses would logically become targeted targets. After killing Meng Wuya, and then taking down Chu Yang and the others, he would only have a great merit and not an inch of fault. What was killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Wasn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Yu Qi was pleased in his heart, but his face did not show it. His eyes were full of righteous indignation, as if he was really facing a traitor. Meng Wuya trembled all over, looking at Wu Chongfeng's corpse lying stiffly on the ground. The muscles on his face spasmed, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. Meng Wuya, you colluded with Mo Yin Tian's enemy. The evidence is irrefutable. Why don't you surrender? A master said coldly. Suddenly, the dream army became noisy. Our general is not a traitor. We are not a traitor. The generals under Meng Wuya's command had a firm look on their faces as they shouted, "We have followed General Meng for tens of thousands of years. We have been through a bloody path. If we wanted to rebel, we would have done so long ago. We swear that we will not admit to our crimes, even if we die. Protect General Meng and return to Ink Cloud Sky to plead our case to His Majesty the Emperor. It's Han. Follow me. Let's fight with these despicable people. Protect General Meng." Meng Chongfeng, S generals, led the soldiers, led Wuya and Generals Yu and S people's people, kill and killed. Yu Qi ordered loudly. He did not intend to leave anyone alive. Now, the Dream Army's actions gave him an excuse to do so. Therefore, more than 100 masters attacked at the same time. The Dream Army's zombies also rushed forward fearlessly. The internal battle of Mo Yuntian immediately began. The moment the two sides came into contact, the scene was extremely tragic. Almost at the moment of collision, countless pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. More than 100 Dream Army soldiers fell down. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their cultivation level was far from the opponents. They were not a match at all. Meng Wuya stood there in a daze. His eyes were empty, and his mind was no longer there. However, a drop of blood splattered onto his face, causing his face to twitch. Following that, more drops of blood splattered onto his face. Meng Wuya's body suddenly trembled, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Seeing that his subordinates were being slaughtered, Meng Wuya's eyes widened and his hair stood up in anger. "General, hurry up and leave." A deputy general vomited blood and shouted in grief and indignation. "Only if we go back alive can we have the chance to complain. This is clearly Yuji's trap. They want to kill all of us. General, hurry up and leave." Countless people shouted together. They used their lives and their bodies to stop the enemy and give Meng Wuya a chance to escape. At this moment, Meng Wuya almost cried. "Brothers, you are too stupid. Why don't you understand? His Majesty the Sky Emperor has already said that we are rebels. Even if we go back and meet His Majesty the Sky Emperor, how can this result be changed? Even if he knew that he was in the wrong, how could a celestial emperor go back on his word and retract his order for a subordinate?" Blood continued to splatter and people continued to fall. Meng Wuya's eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared. It separated the two sides. Bang! Meng Wuya's palm smashed the head of the Dream Slayer Army's expert. Blood splattered everywhere. Meng Wuya's body flashed, and he stood straight in front of his subordinates. He stared at the 100 experts in front of him and said hoarsely, "Come at me. Don't kill my brothers." His voice was hoarse and low, but it was filled with despair and madness. He paused, then used all his strength to shout, "Don't kill my brothers!" Bang! His clothes suddenly exploded, revealing the soft armor underneath. The jade belt that bound his hair exploded with a bang, and his long hair fluttered in the air. His aura of death was impressively displayed. "Meng Wuya, you finally stopped hiding and attacked your comrades." The person in front looked at Meng Wuya with some mockery. "You finally want to face the Sky Emperor's power? If you attack, you will be accused of treason." Meng Wuya smiled bitterly. "If I don't attack, the result will be like this, won't it?" At this point, I, Meng Wuya, have nothing to say. Even if I, Meng Wuya, die, I have a clear conscience. Can you all have a clear conscience? Justice is in everyone's heart. Black is black, white is white. Meng Wuya said hoarsely. When he said this, he was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Obviously, he knew that things had come to this point. Justice was no longer in everyone's heart. How could he distinguish between black and white? As long as he died, everything related to him would sink to the bottom of the sea forever. He would never be able to rise again. Ha ha ha! Meng Wuya, since you jumped out yourself, we will not have any psychological burden to deal with you. The person laughed. Come forward and accept your death. More than 100 people launched a new round of attacks at the same time. Boundless, violent chi raged, covering the sky and the earth. It enveloped Meng Wuya and the Dream Slayer army. I said, "Come at me. Don't kill my brothers." Meng Wuya roared and fought back with all his strength. With a boom, the two sides once again fell into a bitter and bloody battle. Yu Qi still stood at the edge of the battlefield with his hands behind his back. He looked indifferently at the flesh and blood flying everywhere. His originally calm face finally showed a cruel and ferocious smile. As long as Meng Wuya died, his Dream Slayer army would inevitably collapse. His strength would be on par with Marshal Mu. It would not be a waste to sacrifice so many people's lives. At this moment, the Dream Slayer army was inexplicably sad and indignant. Under such a groundless injustice, everyone exerted 120% of their strength and fought with all their might. They knew that their strength was not enough, but they still fought to the last moment. Everyone in the Dream Slayer army was so angry that they were about to explode. Every one of us is loyal and devoted, and we do our best to serve our country. When have we ever betrayed our country? 10,000 people went on an expedition. Along the way, more than 8,000 of their brothers were buried in a foreign land. In the end, was the only thing they got in exchange for a crime of treason? Bang! Meng Huya slapped the chest of a celestial being expert in front of him. That person flew backward with blood spurting out. His sternum caved in. It was obvious that he was dead. Clang! Meng Huya's long sword suddenly broke. Then a palm imprinted on his back. He staggered and turned his head to look. A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard was looking at him with a gloomy expression. "White-faced wolf, it's you. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you?" Meng Huya laughed bitterly. This white-faced wolf was Meng Huya's mortal enemy in Amo Yuntian. This time he finally seized the opportunity. Naturally, he would use his strength to deal with Meng Huya. White-faced wolf sneered. "Everyone has the right to kill those who betray the country. As a citizen of Amo Yuntian, everyone has the right to do so. As a soldier, I have the duty to do so." Meng Huya laughed mockingly. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that the white-faced wolf, who has always cheated and deceived his superiors and subordinates, would be so righteous today. Admirable, admirable, ha ha ha. White-faced wolf's face darkened. He immediately attacked again. Meng Huya retreated like a whirlwind. He brazenly charged into the enemy's crowd. He finally had no more scruples in his heart. He made up his mind and attacked with all his strength. I didn't expect that I, Meng Huya, who had fought for Amo Yuntian for my entire life, would actually fight with Amo Yuntian's fellow soldiers, fighting to the death with my former comrades. I actually died in the hands of my own people. Sure enough, the heavens are watching. That day, I ignored justice and deceived Chuyang. Today, it may be my retribution. Meng Huya suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were about to split open. Dying in the hands of treacherous villains like you, I really can't die in peace. He looked up to the sky and roared, I hate why I didn't make up my mind earlier and leave the army to fight the heavenly demons. Even if I died in the hands of the heavenly demons, it would be much more glorious than today's ending. The loyalty I had in the past is actually so laughable. As a person, I really can't have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, I will regret it for life. Yu Qi stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, Shut him up. A battle is a battle. Don't tell me you're still composing poems while fighting. Regret for life? I'll give you a bargain. Die. The so-called regret will end at the moment of death. Chapter 2168. Everyone agreed and attacked even more fiercely. One by one, the soldiers of the Dream Slayer army fell down in grief and indignation. One of the soldiers leaped into the air, ignoring the swords and sabers raining down on him like a torrential downpour. He desperately hugged a celestial being expert and bit down viciously without any regard for the rules. The celestial being expert shouted coldly, You're courting death! Hundreds of palms landed on the soldier's body, but he refused to let go. He hugged his opponent tightly. Even though his entire chest was bleeding and bleeding, he still refused to let go. The few soldiers of the Dream Slayer army next to him all fused with their swords and flew over on their swords. They first pierced through their comrade's body and then crashed into the celestial being expert with their swords. In an instant, the celestial being expert, who was still showing off his strength, turned into a human-shaped hedgehog. He roared with all his might, killing the soldiers that were hanging on his body one by one. He tried futilely to stuff his internal organs that had already flowed out back into his stomach. He struggled to survive, but he was sent flying by another person. He flew away together with his internal organs. He screamed miserably. Finally, he collapsed and breathed his last. This battle was just the tip of the iceberg. The intensity of the battle had reached its climax. Chu Yang, who was recuperating, was also shocked, especially when he heard Meng Wuya's words. His heart suddenly moved inexplicably. I hate it. I hate that I didn't make up my mind to leave the army and fight the extraterrestrial demons. Even if I died at the hands of the extraterrestrial demons, it would be much more glorious than today's ending. That was Meng Wuya's roar, and it was also his inner thoughts at the moment. Chu Yang's eyes focused, and he could not help but think. The divine spirit of calamity flew out silently again and carefully entered the battlefield. On one hand, it greedily swallowed the extremely pure aura of the dead. On the other hand, it killed silently. With the addition of such a strong force and the addition of the sneak attack, more than a dozen of the masters who had besieged Meng Wuya and the Dream Slayer army fell inexplicably in an instant. During this period of time, the divine soul of calamity had not only absorbed a sufficient amount of the aura of death, but its quality was also sufficiently pure. His overall strength had not only recovered to its original state, but it had also improved a lot compared to when he was in the divine source realm. Previously, his level of cultivation was slightly lower than Meng Wuya's, but now he had surpassed him. Moreover, he was already infinitely close to the peak of the elementary level of the Sage Realm. He was only one step away from reaching the next level of the Sage Realm. With this strength, if he wanted to deal with Yu Qi one-on-one and easily take her down, he would still need to rely on the characteristics of the divine soul of calamity to fight a protracted battle to have a stable chance of winning. But to deal with the more than 100 people here, most of whom were at the celestial being level, it was more than enough. It could even be said that it was as easy as flipping one's hand. Meng Wuya suddenly felt that the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Although he didn't see anything, he had fought with the divine soul of calamity before. In an instant, he knew that the divine soul of calamity must have made a move. Among the 3 parties present, only this guy could do it without leaving a trace. But he didn't say anything, just continued to fight. Now was really not the time to say anything. Whether it was thanks or anything else, it would only remind the other party to be on guard. Even if he exposed this point, it might have a negative impact on his own people. Now, Meng Wuya hated Yu Qi's people to the extreme. How could he remind them? Even though he was unwilling to be saved by the enemy, he couldn't care about anything else. Taking advantage of the divine soul of calamity's great power, Meng Wuya finally had a chance to catch his breath. The next moment, an ancient monster with bright starlight suddenly escaped from his arms. As soon as this thing was taken out, there was suddenly a boundless pressure suddenly descending, and everyone present was shocked. Yu Qi, who was watching the battle with his hands behind his back, was shocked and shouted, "Wind and thunder destruction!" He flew up and was about to stop Meng Wuya's hand. Meng Wuya said in a low voice, "Please block Yu Qi." The volume of his words was extremely low. Even the people opposite him might not know who he was talking to and what he meant. But the divine soul of calamity immediately understood. When the wind and thunder destruction was taken out just now, the divine soul of calamity's heart immediately beat like a drum and wanted to withdraw from the battle. After all, he still had lingering fear of the wind and thunder destruction. But Meng Wuya's words at this moment just happened to be what he wanted. Not only did he not want to withdraw, but his fighting spirit also increased greatly. He didn't want to be buried with these people. He had suffered from this thing for the first time. It was because he had experienced the horror of this thing that the divine soul of calamity didn't dare to try it a second time, even if he was beaten to death. And if he interfered with Yu Qi, who had not yet joined the battle, not only could he completely avoid this thing, but he could also block the opponent's strongest master. He could use this opportunity to test his own strength in order to break through. It was a good thing to kill several birds with one stone. Immediately, he turned around and rushed towards Yuchi. The divine soul of calamity simply stopped hiding and laughed strangely. "Deputy Commander Yu, come, let me be intimate with you." In the blink of an eye, he had already left the battlefield and turned into a black fog, facing Yuchi head-on. Yuchi was shocked when he saw this. Divine soul of calamity! Yuchi was also a master of the art of war. He immediately understood why the current battle situation was so strange. His side clearly had an overwhelming advantage, but he didn't know why the situation suddenly reversed. It turned out that it was this divine soul of calamity that was causing trouble. "Meng Wuya, you really colluded with Chu Yang. Now, do you still have any grievances to complain about?" Yuchi roared, intending to completely shake the Dream Slayer army's morale. But the divine soul of calamity had already pounced on him with a strange smile. Moreover, he even turned into a doppelganger and attacked Yuchi from all directions. Although Yuchi's cultivation was higher than the divine soul of calamity, he was not very adapted to the divine soul of calamity's special fighting style. Therefore, he had no means to deal with it in a short period of time. He could only passively defend, and naturally could not rush over to stop Meng Wuya's actions. Meng Wuya blushed and said in a low voice, "So what if it's destroyed?" "Your Majesty, you personally gave me this treasure before, but you didn't expect that I would use it on my own people, right? This is the cycle of nature. You planted the seeds yourself, and that's why today's results are the result." "Who said that the heavens have no proof?" Suddenly he shouted, "Wind and thunder annihilation!" Meng Wuya used all his strength to instill all his cultivation into it, and activated the wind and thunder annihilation for the second time. Since the first time he dealt with the divine soul of calamity, the wind and thunder annihilation had exhausted all the accumulated energy. Meng Wuya knew that this item was the best weapon to deal with the divine soul of calamity. If he wanted to destroy Chu Yang, he must first deal with the divine soul of calamity. Before he could confirm whether the divine soul of calamity was finished, the wind and thunder annihilation must be maintained at its most powerful state. Therefore, during this period of time, he spared no expense in replenishing it. However, he didn't expect that he would use it in such a situation. At that moment, the destruction of wind and lightning was activated with the full power of a saint. Although the power could be unleashed, it was even more terrifying than when he was in the divine source realm. This was the masterpiece of the Black Cloud Heavenly Emperor, Yuan Tinjia. At this moment, the power it displayed was really as if it could destroy the world. At the moment when he activated the wind and thunder annihilation, Meng Wuya suddenly turned around and used all his remaining strength to wrap up all his surviving subordinates with his powerful cultivation and threw them far away. "All of you get lost. If anyone comes back, don't blame me, Meng Wuya, for not recognizing him as a brother." At the same time, the other experts also realized the horror of this attack, and they all moved to stop and block it. Meng Wuya turned around at such a critical moment, and it was equivalent to exposing his back completely. He had no room to resist all the attacks. With a few cracking sounds, Meng Wuya didn't know how many bones in his body were broken at this moment. His entire back was already devoid of flesh and blood, and only his pale, white bones could be seen. Furthermore, the bones were filled with sword and knife wounds, and bone fragments were flying everywhere. However, he still stood upright, and actually endured this round of attacks, and still sent all his subordinates away. "Not good. Retreat quickly. This bastard is crazy. He wants to perish together with us. Everyone leave quickly!" The remaining 70+ people all shouted in panic, but it was already too late for them to leave. The wind and thunder annihilation was officially activated. Boom! The entire earth shook violently. The ground within a radius of 10,000 feet leaped up for 30 feet in an orderly manner, as if jumping high. Then it fell down again. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. gradually spreading out with a crackling sound. Puff, puff, puff. When the 70-something people under Yu Qi faced this attack, all of them were sent flying without exception. 30-something people had their bodies pierced through by the white light in midair, and they were torn to shreds. They died, and their Tao vanished. The reason why these people died the earliest was because their cultivation was relatively low, and they were all below the heavenly human level. As for the others, they all began to vomit blood one after another. Even the 4 saint-level experts couldn't help but spit out blood at this moment, and their qi and blood were in turmoil. There were also a few people who fell from empty gunny sack, and they fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. It was just a wind and thunder annihilation, and under one attack, 2/3 of the top experts under Mayun Tian Yu Qi were killed. Now, there were less than 30 people who were still standing, and these people were all seriously injured. Even if they still had battle power, it was also greatly reduced. Yu Qi originally, with his saint-level cultivation, plus the other treasures bestowed upon him by Heavenly Emperor in Cloud, he had great confidence in stopping this catastrophe from happening. But he was entangled by the divine soul of the calamity. He could only watch helplessly as his subordinates turned into ashes one by one. He was so angry that the vital energy and blood in his chest surged, almost spitting out blood. Chuyang! Yu Qi roared angrily as he fought. You despicable person! I gave you face, but you don't want it. I gave you a fair chance, but you let the divine soul of the calamity trick me. Chapter 2169. Chuyang coughed and said, Deputy Commander, you're wrong. That Tribulation Divine Soul is a senior expert and not my subordinate. He has always dealt with whoever he doesn't like. It really has nothing to do with me. But generally speaking, as long as one's appearance isn't too bad and isn't too bad, he won't do anything to them. Deputy Commander, you were attacked by the Tribulation Divine Soul because your appearance is really a bit ugly. Although your appearance is given by your parents, and it's not a problem, you still have the nerve to come out and show off when you're already like this. It seems that it's your fault, Deputy Commander you. The Tribulation Divine Soul laughed strangely. That Yu Qi, Chuyang's words are really right. They've simply spoken to my heart. You said that you're not as good-looking as Tan Tan, but you still have the nerve to come out and meet people. You said that who can give you face, the Tribulation Divine Soul's words could be said to have a great origin. The Tribulation Divine Soul could be considered a person who had seen a lot in his life. But among the ugliest people he had seen in this generation, Tan Tan was undoubtedly second to none. He was at the top of the list, and no one could compete with him. Now, the divine soul of calamity had no choice but to bring out Tan Tan in order to highlight Yu Ye's ugly appearance. But it truly felt that it had gone against its conscience when it said these words. So, even the speed of its attack had been somewhat slow. Tan Tan was healing his injuries. When he heard this, he immediately muttered with some dissatisfaction, What do you mean by not as good-looking as me? You bastard, do you know how to talk? How can that guy compare to this great master's little finger? No, it's my little toe. Chuyang, Chulu-er, and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Yu Qi was so angry that his liver hurt when he heard this, although he still didn't know who Tan Tan was at this moment. But since the other party had brought it up like this, there was no doubt that it was an ugly person. However, although the attack of the divine soul of calamity was slightly slowed down due to its guilty conscience, it was still like a storm. In a short period of time, even if Yu Lai wanted to, he had no time to speak. He could only roar in anger. Just by looking at the situation, it was basically a tacit agreement. The greatest advantage of the divine soul of calamity was that it was not afraid of being hit. Swords, knives, fists, and feet were completely immune to it. As for what it was most afraid of, or rather, the only thing it was afraid of was soul attacks. But to be honest, there were not many people in the world who could cause damage to the divine soul of calamity. At this moment, it was as if Yu Lai was fighting against the air. Every punch and every kick was hitting cotton. That kind of feeling of being unable to exert strength made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, his cultivation was a level higher than the tribulation spirit. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the tribulation spirit in just a few punches and kicks. Even so, victory was still within the grasp of the divine soul calamity. This was because the reign was still within the range of the divine soul calamity. It was just that this cycle was relatively long, perhaps 30 to 50 years, perhaps 300 to 500 years. Of course, in the short term, the tribulation spirit was still in the position of being beaten up. On the other side, after Meng Wuya's attack, the destruction of wind and thunder had carried too much energy, and the load was too high. In the end, it shattered on the spot and turned into a pile of iron scraps. However, the strong backlash caused by the destruction of wind and thunder had severely shaken Meng Wuya's internal organs. Coupled with the previous wave of heavy attacks, although Meng Wuya could still stand, he couldn't move a single finger. Even his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. The full strength of the 4 sages and the combined efforts of the 70 celestial beings to defend. If the destruction of wind and thunder was not in Meng Wuya's hands, there would be nothing left of Meng Wuya now. In the distance, hundreds of Dream Slayer army soldiers who were covered in cuts and bruises were desperately running back. They were crying and cursing as they ran. "General, General Dream, we will live and die with the General. Kill this bunch of bastards." Nearby, the 4 saint-level experts were the ones with the highest cultivation among the group. Although they were unavoidably injured by the previous attack, it wasn't too serious. At this moment, they were already able to stand up shakily. Dense white qi was emitting from their bodies. It was obvious that they were quickly recovering from their injuries. This was the terrifying thing about sages. They wouldn't be injured easily. Even if they were injured, they could quickly recover. This level of strength was not something that could be compared to those below the sage realm. Of the remaining 20 or so people who were lucky enough to survive, a few stood up. Most of them were sitting up. These people's conditions were very similar. They were all bleeding from their 7 orifices. Although it was very scary, in fact, their lives were not in danger. Although the destruction of wind and thunder was overbearing and powerful, its greatest use was still to attack the soul. Even if a sage realm expert used all his strength, it was impossible to kill so many high-level experts at once. Meng Wuya stubbornly stood upright, trying his best to maintain his consciousness that was about to dissipate. He clearly saw that his subordinates were desperately running back. He wanted to stop them, wanted to scold them, but before he could open his mouth to speak, mouthfuls of blood had already spilled out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with endless anxiety and helplessness. "Brothers, I risked my life to launch this attack, hoping to cover your escape. Now that you've come back, aren't you seeking your own death? If that's the case, what's the point of my sacrifice?" However, although he wanted to say these words, he no longer had the strength to say them. In the next moment, his upright body finally reached its limit, and he fell forward like a golden mountain toppling a jade pillar. Just before he fainted, he heard a weak voice saying fiercely, "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. You've come back just in time. Let's catch you all in one fell swoop." Meng Wuya panicked and suddenly lost all consciousness. The Dream Slayer army had already rushed back. When they saw Meng Wuya lying on the ground silently, there was almost no flesh on his back. All that was left were his bones. Immediately, everyone let out a furious roar. "General! General Meng! General, what's wrong with you? Revenge for the General!" These people had lived and eaten with Meng Wuya for tens of thousands of years. How deep was their relationship? Besides, Meng Wuya had never fought with anyone except when he gave orders. Everyone loved and respected him wholeheartedly. At this moment, when they saw Meng Wuya lying on the ground miserably, it was hard to look at whether he was dead or alive. Suddenly, they all went crazy. However, even though these saints were all heavily injured, their cultivation was still there. Although these soldiers were considered experts in the martial world, they were still far from enough to deal with these relatively ordinary soldiers. Coincidentally, at this moment, there seemed to be a change. Chu Yang said in a clear voice, "Yu Qi, marshal you, I finished recuperating. Come, 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 I'll have a fair fight with you." Yu Qi was so angry that he almost exploded. Previously, he did not deal with Chu Yang because he wanted to achieve his long-term political goals. He must first take down Meng Wuya and completely eliminate the internal trouble. Who would have thought that the divine soul of tribulation would suddenly intervene? He had already violated the agreement with him. Meng Wuya's desperate attack of wind and thunder annihilation was also something that he did not expect. Now, almost everyone on his side was injured, and they were still fighting. At the critical moment when he was about to succeed, Chu Yang actually jumped out energetically and wanted to have a fair fight? Fair your ass. You're simply taking advantage of people's difficulties and hitting them when they're down. Do you have any shame? Do you still have any? Bai Yu Qin and the others also stood up like lively dragons and tigers as Chu Yang issued this order. They then flew towards the battlefield in a dignified manner. Therefore, Tan Tan took the lead and shouted that Yu Shengjia, you mustn't believe the words of that old man, tribulation divine soul. You should quickly come and take a look at this great Master Tan. You must know that this great Master Tan is much more handsome than you. The two of us aren't on the same level. There's no comparison between us. Comparing you with me is a kind of blasphemy. Yu Qi looked over. He was really a little curious. How narcissistic was the other party that he could say such shameless words? But with one look, he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. It turned out that this guy was that Tan Tan. It turned out that he was the one who robbed with this demon. It was such an ugly ghost. Originally, he thought that a person who could say such narcissistic words should have a good human appearance. At least he should be passable. But this guy was at most 30% human. The other 70% was simply an evil ghost. The divine soul of tribulation actually said that he was more handsome than him. Humans should at least have some self-awareness and a sense of shame. How could the two of them say such words? Don't you feel embarrassed at this moment? The Dream Slayer army only had 700 to 800 remaining soldiers. As for Yuan Tianji's side, because of a miscalculation just now, under Meng Wuya's wind and thunder annihilation, only 30 to 40 injured soldiers were left. As for the others, they had all become corpses. On Chu Yang's side, although they had a short rest, they had just gone through a big battle. So each of them was also injured. They were far from being in perfect condition. Naturally, they were not a fresh army. Now, the three sides were in a state of being defeated, with a garden full of wounded soldiers. Now that they were confronting each other, just from the visual effect, everyone was in a very sorry state, everyone was very sullen, and everyone was covered in wounds. In addition, everyone was filled with hatred. They stared at each other like fighting cocks. The Dream Slayer army was sullen and angry. They were loyal to the team they were fighting with, but they were labeled as traitors for no reason. They had a home, but could not return. Bai Yu Chen and the others were sullen and angry. They were implicated for no reason. They had a home, but could not return. As for Yu Qi's side, he was also sullen and angry. Originally, it was easy to capture the enemy, but suddenly his subordinates were heavily injured. Even so, the outcome of the battle was still the same. But at the last moment, when the outcome was decided, a meddlesome person suddenly came out to meddle in other people's business. These few days, my friends from the publishing house are here with me. I have to entertain them, so the updates are a little irregular. Please understand, it will be back to normal by the day after tomorrow. Then, I will compensate them one by one. Please believe me. Chapter 2170. But in terms of overall strength, Yu Qi's side still had the upper hand, followed by Chu Yang's side. Meng Wuya's side had the most people, but was now the weakest side. Chu Yang waved his hand. Send someone to save General Meng first. I don't want him to die like this. Chu Luo looked around. It seemed that no one was willing to do this job, so she had to do it herself. She gently carried Meng Wuya's mangled body back. She didn't dare to use any strength. Based on Chu Luo's observation, this body seemed to have a subtle intuition that it would fall apart at any time. The saint on the opposite side was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Chuyang, do you still have a position? Meng Wuya chased you for 130,000 miles and killed so many of your people. Now that things have come to this, you still want to save him? Isn't this making your subordinates bitterly disappointed? This person was quite good at finding weaknesses. After seeing that Bai Yu Chen and the others didn't listen to Chu Yang's orders, he began to sow discord. Bai Yu Chen and the others showed undisguised mockery on their faces. The reason why they didn't move was definitely not because they were bitterly disappointed. Perhaps there was hatred. After all, so many of their comrades had died previously. But at this moment, Meng Wuya's experience was almost the same as theirs. They were all forced to the point of being homeless by one person and one order. They were in the same boat. At this moment, the only thing that Bai Yu Chen and the others felt was grief for the loss of their kind. From the experience of Meng Wuya and the others, they thought of their own experience and felt infinite sympathy from the bottom of their hearts. As for matters of life and death, everyone had their own positions. There would be hatred, and they wouldn't even forget it. But when it came to enmity, it really couldn't be said to be. On the battlefield, it was life and death. How could there be much reason to talk about? Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "It seems that it's not your place to worry about how I do things. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to criticize my decisions?" That person flew into a rage. "Chu Yang, don't think that you have the upper hand. In my opinion, you're still far from being able to do that. You can't even withstand a single blow." Chu Yang squinted his eyes. "Is that so? Why don't I have the self-awareness that you say? You're all talk and no action. Were you taught by your master's wife? Could it be the legendary invincible mouth cannon?" Hearing Chu Yang's powerful and resonant words, all the saints on the other side were enraged. Anger rose from their hearts, and their guts grew. Ignorant junior, boasting shamelessly. In their eyes, even though Chu Yang had some luck, some tricks, and some small tricks, but in the end he was still a nobody. Or rather, he was still an ant. That was all. Although this ant had once killed Mo Yuntian's primordial separate path, and that massacre had caused a sensation for a while, according to the investigation. That massacre was done by Chu Yang using the secret technique of life. It had nothing to do with Chu Yang's strength. As for why he could use the secret technique of life and not die, although it was a little shocking, it was ultimately because someone had saved him. It was not something that he could do. Taking a step back, Chu Yang's massacre that day was not something that the saints present could not do. Now, seeing Chu Yang speaking like this in front of them and spouting nonsense, they could not help but be furious. They could not tolerate it. That saint said coldly, "Junior Chu Yang, if you want to live longer, you should pay more attention to what you say. You can't afford to offend anyone." Chu Yang's eyes flashed sharply, and he said lightly, "I don't know who I can't afford to offend. Are you saying that you're more difficult to offend than Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianjie? At least, I've already offended Yuan Tianjie and even killed his son. And I'm living quite well now. No, it should be much better than before. I've discovered that my recent advancement in strength has far exceeded before. It's really too satisfying." Chu Yang said, "As the saying goes, people will die if they compare themselves to others, and goods will be thrown away if they compare. If you admit that you can't compare to Yuan Tianjie, you might as well think more about what you say. Perhaps you can live longer." Hearing this saint was instantly enraged and could no longer suppress it. He was already in a fit of anger, and now he heard this sentence. As the saying goes, if the master is humiliated, the servant will die. Since Chu Yang had already said such words, how could he still endure it? He leaped forward and was about to make a move. "Wait!" Yu Qi shouted loudly and forcefully pushed away the divine soul of the calamity. With a vertical shift, he came to the middle of the confrontation between the three parties. Since Yu Qi could become one of the few people in Mo Yun Tian's military, his knowledge and experience were naturally not ordinary. He had already raised Chu Yang's level of danger to a level higher than Meng Wuya's. Not to mention other things, would a master who could casually control a saint-level divine soul of calamity be an ordinary person? Right now, Meng Wuya's forces were on the decline. In fact, Meng Wuya's life was like a candle in the wind. He would die without a doubt as long as no one came to his aid. Moreover, there were still hundreds of defeated soldiers left. Even if he was entangled by the divine soul of the calamity, his subordinates would be able to deal with them in a matter of minutes, as long as Chu Yang didn't intervene at this delicate juncture. "I wonder what deputy commander Yu has to say." Chu Yang sneered. Yu Qi took a light breath. "Chu Yang, this matter is our Mo Yun Tian's internal affairs, but it belongs to the category of private affairs. You are also a person of great status. Why bother to intervene?" Chu Yang smiled. "Deputy Commander Yu thinks too highly of me. I didn't expect that I would actually become a person of great status in Deputy Commander Yu's eyes. I feel honored. Since Deputy Commander Yu has said so, logically and emotionally I shouldn't intervene." Hearing this, Yu Qi was overjoyed. He secretly criticized Chu Yang in his heart. This Chu Yang is after all young, and he settled it with just a few words. But he heard Chu Yang continue. "It's just that if I really don't intervene, may I ask, Deputy Commander, after this matter is settled, will you let me go?" Yu Qi's smile instantly froze on his face, and he was speechless. Let go. Logically and emotionally, no matter what, it was impossible to let Chu Yang go. Chu Yang was the biggest target of their long and arduous journey. How could they let him go? Yu Qi was silent for a while. Then he said, "Chu Yang, our Mo Yun Tian's previous enmity with you is a huge enmity of life and death. But now, it's time for us Mo Yun Tian to quell the internal strife. The martial world has its own rules, and the imperial court has its own laws. Please step aside for the time being. This marshal is deeply grateful for your kind intentions." Chu Yang sneered. "Deputy Commander, you are really eloquent. You are indeed the superior of that person who is invincible in talking. You are much better than him. You want to dismiss me with just a few words of courtesy? Deputy Commander, are you too confident in your talking skills? Or do you think that I am young and ignorant and can be easily bullied?" His smile was even colder. "Since we are already destined to have an irreconcilable enmity, why would I care about your internal strife? The more internal strife you have, the more advantageous it is for me. Since you have internal strife, good, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Why should I step aside? Are you grateful for my kindness? I can't afford such kindness. If I give it, no one will be grateful, and I will be laughed at as an idiot." Yu Qi frowned, and his expression became colder. At this moment, he understood that Chu Yang was determined to intervene in this matter. "Let's take a step back. Although Meng Wu, you had been chasing me all this while, I have always admired resolute men." Chu Yang raised his head proudly. "If Meng Wu was killed by me when he was chasing after me, then he deserved to die. However, I can't bear to see such a heroic figure being wronged by you all." Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Meng Wuya, who was badly mutilated. His eyes were full of pride. "Meng Wuya and I also have an irreconcilable blood feud. However, I would rather that General Meng died in my hands or on the battlefield against the heavenly demons than die here. Die in the most despicable political struggle and become a sacrificial pawn." Chu Yang's words were powerful and resonating. Some of the 800 Dream Slayer army soldiers who had survived began to sob softly. Chu Yang's words were extremely honest and sincere. He was definitely not trying to win people's hearts. However, it was precisely because of this that these hot-blooded men were truly moved. They might have their own creed in life and wouldn't be recruited by Chu Yang. But they didn't want their brothers, the people they respected, to be sacrificed like this. They didn't want to die in such a humiliating way. Moreover, they would be branded with a traitorous mark that could never be washed away because of framing. Yu Qi turned his head to look at the people on his side, and then looked at Chu Yang's side. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart and came to a conclusion. In terms of high-end strength, including himself, he had a total of 5 sages on his side. He had even reached the sage level. The other side had the divine soul of a calamity, 2 sages of the demon royal family, and Chu Yang's strength was unfathomable. He seemed to be at the peak of the celestial being level, but his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. He might not be weaker than a sage. As for the rest, although their strength was not bad, they did not have the ability to affect the final outcome of the battle. Purely based on this analysis, his side still had a slight advantage, but only a slight advantage. It was hard to say that they would definitely win. If a battle really broke out now, then the most optimistic result would be victory. However, the people on his side, including himself, might not be more than 3 people who could survive. If they were defeated, at most, he would be the only one who could escape. The others would definitely die here. Such a result, no matter which one it was, even if it was the best and most optimistic result, even if Chu Yang and Meng Huiya's people were all killed, for Yu Qi, the loss would not be worth the gain. Because those who were still standing in Yu Qi's camp were the absolute backbone of his forces, and they were also loyal to him. If these people died, the blow to Yu Qi's forces would definitely be more serious than the blow of Mu Shuai losing Meng Huiya. Even Chu Yang and Meng Huiya would die in this battle. Yu Qi now felt that he could not afford to lose so many people. However, Chu Yang had already steeled his heart to interfere in this matter. This was a bit difficult to deal with, and he was in a dilemma. Tomorrow afternoon, after sending my friend back, I will start working overtime to pay off the debt. The day after tomorrow, I will try to pay off the debt in 1 or 2 days. Today is Yu Luo Yingdai's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday, and wish her a happy birthday. Well, don't worry, the book's little butterfly is about to be born. I saw a post from the deputy moderator and was very moved. I just want to say, with you guys I will not fall. I will always be with you, until you are tired of me. I have a lot of stories to write for you guys. I hope that all of you will laugh and be happy. If this happiness is brought to you by me, then it will be the glory of my life. Chapter 2171. Yu Jiao hesitated. If I let go of this opportunity, once Meng Huiya and the others leave, Chu Yang and the others will slip away again. Yu Jiao really didn't know when there would be such a good opportunity to annihilate the enemy again. Yu Jiao thought about it, and was actually a little hesitant. Not only was Yu Jiao hesitant, Chu Yang was also a little hesitant looking at the lineup over there. Although the people on Yu Jiao's side were a bunch of injured soldiers, each of their real combat power was still not to be underestimated, especially those who could survive the destruction of wind and thunder. It proved that each of them was not ordinary. The weakest among them was almost at the same level as Bai Yu Qin. Even if there was a slight gap, it was definitely not far off. On his side, only he and Tan Tan and the divine spirit of the calamity could support. As for Meng Huiya's side, there was no one who could be used. There were also the 2 great elders of the demon clan. These 2 elders were in an awkward position. It was really inconvenient to confront Mo Yuntian head-on. It was hard to count on them. Once the war started, the other side would definitely not have it easy, but his side would also suffer heavy casualties. Forcing a war was really not a good idea. For a moment, Chu Yang was also a little hesitant about what to do. For a long time, the 2 were speechless. Deputy Commander Yu, since everyone cherishes their feathers, why don't I make a proposal to solve the current deadlock? What do you think? Chu Yang thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Yu Jiao frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Previously, Deputy Commander Yu said that you want to have a fair fight with me. These words still linger in my ears. Chu Yang smiled and said, Since that's the case, why don't you and I have a fair fight? How about we settle this grudge once and for all? Yu Jiao stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. You and I? A fair fight? One-on-one? He thought, how is this a fair fight? It's you who is looking for death, right? I have never seen someone who is so unafraid of death. If you say that the divine spirit of the calamity will fight one-on-one with me, I may be a little afraid. You fight. Let me fight. If I lose this battle, I will take my people and leave. I will never interfere with your Mo Yuntian quelling the internal strife. I don't care whether Mengwia is dead or alive. As for whether you still want to chase us after you deal with the internal strife, it's your choice. We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Chu Yang said lightly, but if I win this battle in the end, I will take away General Meng and his subordinates. You're not allowed to pursue him. Yu Qi laughed heartily. Since Villain Master Chu is so heroic, how can I have any doubts? I will make this bet with Villain Master Chu. If I lose, I will immediately bring my men back to Inkcloud Sky. How could he still have the face to mention the matter of being hunted down? Of course, if I am lucky enough to win in the end, if Manor Master Chu is able to survive, you can still leave with your people. However, if you are unfortunate enough to perish, don't blame me for being merciless. I'm sure Manor Master Chu understands the logic of not giving in and not showing mercy. Thinking about it for a long time, this was simply a great deal that was guaranteed to win and not lose. It was simply no worse than a pie falling from the sky. He was at the peak of the saint level. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with Chu Yang, who was at the peak of the celestial level? How could there be any luck? Yu Qi wasn't the only one who thought this way. Even his subordinates and the Dreamslayer army had the same thought. Had Chu Yang gone mad? Some people even thought, could it be that Chu Yang was just putting on a show? Would he just admit defeat and run away after exchanging a few moves? Otherwise, how could he challenge a saint with his current celestial being peak stage? Even if Uncle Ma and Uncle Hu are peak stage saints, were to challenge Yu Qi one-on-one, even if they weren't instantly killed, they would definitely have no chance of winning. With Chu Yang's pitiful celestial being peak stage cultivation, it was really not enough. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky were turbulent. Suddenly, a majestic voice said, "The bet is established. A fair battle. I accept the arbitration of this battle." It was the people from the Demon Emperor's Heavenly Oath Division who were affected by the agreement between the two. This battle had already been recognized by heaven and earth. Everyone from both sides looked solemn. That's right, since this battle is a one-on-one battle between Villain Master Chu and me, then the divine spirit of the calamity cannot interfere in this battle. Yu Qi suddenly thought of the divine spirit of the calamity and hurriedly added another condition. "Marshal Yu, since it's a one-on-one battle between you and me, what does it have to do with the divine spirit of the calamity?" The divine spirit of the calamity's name is not Chu Yang, and it wouldn't be so coincidental as to be called Yu Qi, right? Chu Yang laughed loudly. Yu Qi finally couldn't help but blush. It felt like he was gauging the stature of a great ruler with the yardstick of a villain. In just a few words, the way to end this three-way death match was decided. Even the others didn't have time to say anything to dissuade him. The people on Late Rain's side were sure that no one would dissuade Chu Yang. It was rare that Chu Yang would be so stupid as to take the initiative to court death. Naturally, they were happy to see such a brainless decision. They were just short of raising their hands to encourage him. But the people on Meng Wuya's side all had unconcealable worry on their faces. They had all fought with Chu Yang before. Chu Yang's cultivation was not bad. In terms of his age, both his cultivation and progress were extremely commendable. It was definitely a miracle for him to be at the peak of the celestial being level when they first fought. But he was still far behind Yu Chi. The soldiers of the Dreamslayer army were very sure that as long as Chu Yang was given some more time, perhaps 3 or 5 years, he would definitely surpass Yu Chi. But now, the gap between the two was still quite huge. There was a fundamental gap. To give a simple example, in the previous battle in the Black Hole, Chu Yang's performance was exceptionally outstanding. He was worthy of his name, a true stabilizing force. The results he obtained were also obvious to all, but this achievement was still within the scope of the celestial being level. If the person involved was Yu Chi, the Dreamslayer army would be hunted down. This was the fundamental difference between the sage level and those below it, especially when Yu Chi was still at the sage level. So, Chu Yang's action of challenging Yu Chi alone was definitely a foolish act of seeking death. In addition to seeking death, he also wanted to completely destroy the Dreamslayer army's chances of survival. But the Dreamslayer army did not blame Chu Yang at all. If it were not for Chu Yang, they, including General Meng, would have been wiped out long ago. Now, Chu Yang even gambled his own life for the sake of their survival. In fact, even if Chu Yang had found an excuse to take his people away, no one would have blamed him. In terms of standpoints, the two sides were enemies. Even until now, this hostile relationship hadn't changed in the slightest. So, it was natural for Chu Yang to watch with folded arms. It was understandable. But the current situation was that not only did Chu Yang not leave, but he also wanted to have a decisive battle with Yu Chi for their survival. More importantly, the gap between the real cultivation of the two sides could only be described as the gap between heaven and earth. It could be said that Chu Yang had risked his life in order to save them. How could they not be moved by this reality? Then he thought about how he and the others had chased after Chu Yang and the others for more than 100,000 miles under the leadership of Meng Huo. Then he thought about how Chu Yang had risked his life to save him and the others for the sake of justice in Jianghu. Righteous as the clouds, nothing more than this. Every soldier of the Dreamslayer army who was still alive could not help but feel a surge of emotions. One of the Dreamslayer army officers suddenly shouted, "Villa Master Chu, we appreciate your kindness, but we are all enemies and our standpoints are different. You really don't have to make such a sacrifice for us. Villa Master Chu, please take your brothers and leave. If there is a next life, we will definitely be friends with Villa Master Chu." A few people shouted in unison, "Villa Master Chu, please leave quickly. If there is a next life, we will be friends again." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to wait until the next life to talk about friendship. To be honest, I approve of this duel. I also want to use Deputy Commander Yu to verify how far my cultivation has progressed. It's not entirely for the sake of you, so you don't have to worry too much." Everyone in the Dreamslayer army heard this and felt an indescribable warmth in their hearts. Chu Yang had clearly said this because he didn't want them to have more psychological burdens. So he had taken everything on himself. But the more he said this, the more everyone acknowledged him in their hearts. Yu Jia smiled gloomily and said, "Manor Master Chu, what a brilliant method of roping them in. It's a pity that time is not on our side. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these defeated soldiers would have surrendered to Manor Master Chu and die for you." An officer of the Dreamslayer army laughed in disdain. "Yuchi, you despicable man. It's hard to judge a king's heart with your petty heart. We're happy to be roped in. What can you do about it? If it were you, we wouldn't even look at you." The Dreamslayer army roared with laughter and said, "That's right. Who does Yu Chi think he is? How can we accept such a person's roping? Do you think that Villa Master Chu is playing tricks? But we are happy to be fooled. Money can't buy our happiness. What can you do about it?" Yu Chi was so angry that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. He said, "A group of deceitful and ignorant traitors. I will take good care of you later." Chu Yang said calmly, "Deputy Commander Yu, the outcome has not been decided yet. Is showing off your ability to sit in a high position? Come, come, come. Let me see how you can sit in the position of Deputy Commander Mo Yuntian with your true ability. Chapter 2172. At this moment, Tan Tan shouted, "Ichi!" Chuyang heard this and glared at him. Tan Tan hurriedly changed his words. "Senior Marshal Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Do you want me to fight with him? I will make him feel great. I will make him explode. I will make him feel satisfied." Chuyang was speechless. Why does this guy speak so ambiguously? Can't he care about his identity a little? He wasn't afraid of losing face. So he said hatefully, "Quickly go away. You'd better die as far as you can go." Tan Tan shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. He was speechless for a long time, but he couldn't help but say, "Then you must work harder. Make Vice Commander you feel good. Maybe Vice Marshal you will come looking for you every day to do it." Chuyang rolled his eyes and was speechless for a long time. Why would a desperate life and death battle become so obscene and erotic when it comes out of Tan Tan's mouth? Talent, a genius, a demon. Yu Chi was so angry that his face turned pale. He pointed at Tan Tan with a trembling finger. "You ugly bastard! Wait until I deal with Chuyang. I will let you know what it means to feel good." "Oh, I am so scared!" Tan Tan screamed. He suddenly covered his buttocks with his hands. He pinched his nose and twisted his buttocks. He said to Yu Chi shyly, "Oh, you are so bad. So bad. So bad. So bad." Everyone from both sides, without exception, collectively felt a layer of goosebumps rise on their bodies. Chuyang's body floated out like a cloud. He rushed to the top of a mountain and shouted, "Yu Chi, quickly come up to meet your death. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, if I continue to listen to Tan Tan talk like this, I may die of disgust before Yu Chi hits." Yu Chi's face was filled with black lines as he quickly flew up and chased after Chuyang. This ugly bastard's mouth is comparable to 100,000 soldiers. I can't listen anymore. If I listen any longer, I will be so angry that I will bleed from my 7 orifices and die of anger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures flew far away like shooting stars. The two of them said in unison, "Before the battle is over, none of you are allowed to attack." Therefore, the three sides confronted each other. Everyone was trying to heal their injuries. The Dream Slayer army gathered around Meng Wu Ye and carefully treated his injuries. When they saw Meng Wu Ye's bloody and unconscious body, they all had tears in their eyes. Occasionally, when they raised their heads and saw the enemy, their eyes would be filled with hatred. This was the case for all three parties. But no one dared to act blindly without thinking before Chuyang and Yu returned. Yu Chi's army was naturally full of confidence in Deputy Commander Yu's cultivation. But they didn't know that Chuyang's people were also full of confidence in Chuyang. All was silent as they waited for the final result. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance, and then a sword light flashed, and another sword light soared into the sky like a dragon. At this moment, the blue sky lost its color. The battle at the pinnacle between the two of them had clearly begun with this rumble. This was Chuyang's first time facing a saint-level expert head-on since his debut. In Chuyang's battle history, this battle would be recorded in the annals of history. Like a thunderclap, the two magnificent sword lights collided in the sky. In an instant, they shattered into a sky full of stars, scattering in all directions. Then a whistling sound rang out. On the opposite mountain, a silver light suddenly shone. Between heaven and earth, it actually turned bright silver in that instant. It was already afternoon. There was no wind, and the sky was a little dark. But it was still considered bright. But the two whistling sword lights scraped the entire forest neatly. The whistling sound was like the gates of hell opening. The extremely sharp sword chi even tore the white clouds in the sky into pieces. Seeing this scene, Everyone looked at each other in horror. They never thought that the battle between the two of them would be so earth-shattering from the start. It was not strange for Yu Lao to have such a cultivation level, but Chu Yang had also reached such a level, to the extent that he was able to be on par with Yu Hiao and not fall into a disadvantage at all. Such an outcome had undoubtedly shocked everyone to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out. Chu Yang, who was in the middle of the battle, only felt his blood boiling. That was an extremely strong fighting spirit, surging endlessly. This kind of surging, majestic fighting spirit, especially when facing Yu Qi, and the huge pressure from the expert, made Chu Yang's heart burn fiercely. It was difficult to suppress. That was a kind of bloodthirsty, fighting spirit that came from the bottom of his heart, an inexplicable impulse. It was as if the fighting spirit in his blood had suddenly exploded. The supreme power of the true spirit that he had just obtained from Yama's gorge suddenly surged and surged in his body. This power, as if without limit, aroused a strong reaction from the heaven-splitting divine technique. At the same time, it also aroused the fierce, murderous spirit of the Calamity Sword. Although Chu Yang's expression remained unchanged, he could feel that he was already burning. It was a kind of fist-itching, hot-blooded emotion that yearned for a big battle. That was why he took the initiative to propose a battle with Yu Qi. But as soon as they exchanged blows, Chu Yang felt the horror of Yu Qi. Deputy Commander Mo Yuntian was indeed worthy of the title of a saint. His cultivation was really not just for show. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his strength was at least 2 levels lower than that of his opponents after the clash of swords. This was an essential difference. It was like a 4-digit number was definitely bigger than a 3-digit number. Even if it was 1,000 versus 100, it was still 1,000. Even though Chu Yang had a dantian that was endlessly transmitting power, and the power of the supreme true spirit was also agitating and surging at any time and place. However, under this sword strike, Chu Yang's body had only swayed a little, while Chu Yang himself had fiercely retreated 70 feet back. He couldn't even stand steadily, but at this moment, Chu Yang's fighting spirit was boiling. He retreated and then advanced again. Like a shadow, he launched a dense attack towards Yu Qi. His body was like a wisp of ethereal black smoke, suddenly advancing and retreating, suddenly forward and suddenly backward, changing unpredictably. Yu Qi's mouth held a trace of a sneer. His whole body remained upright and motionless. He was really as steady as a mountain. He countered the moves as he saw them, and broke them as he saw them. Chu Yang's attacks were like the waves of the sea. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and seemed to have no time to stop. But Yu Qi was like a reef that stood in the sea for hundreds of millions of years. No matter how strong the wind and waves hit, he remained unmoved, everlasting. Although Yu Qi seemed to be in a passive defensive position, in fact, he was waiting for Chu Yang to exhaust himself. As the saying goes, the first drum builds up the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will exhaust. As long as Chu Yang's wave of tide-like attacks stagnated for a moment, he would welcome Yu Qi's fierce counterattack. Regarding this point, the two people who were in the battle were naturally well aware of it. Offense had always been the best defense. Pure defense was undoubtedly much more difficult than pure offense. Yu Lao could passively endure Chu Yang's attacks without moving and was safe and sound. But if the two exchanged positions and Chu Yang had to endure Yu Lao's crazy attacks like a storm, Chu Yang would definitely not be able to handle it. Chu Yang's cultivation was still much lower than Yu Qi's. Therefore, Yu Qi was not in a hurry. He had a card up his sleeve and was calm and confident. Chu Yang's attacks were absolutely impossible to persist for a long time. It was impossible no matter how long his meridians were and how vigorous his vitality was. I'd like to see how long you can last. When you can't hold on any longer, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Yu Qi was very proud of himself. His defense was not just a simple defense. Every strike he made contained the cultivation of a saint. As long as the weapons of both sides slightly touched, Chu Yang's body would shake violently due to the opponent's powerful counterattack. In such a battle atmosphere, and both sides were top-notch experts, a slight sway would reveal a fatal flaw, one that could be fatal. But Yu Qi was cautious by nature. Before thinking about victory, he had to consider defeat first, especially after he almost suffered a loss in his previous rash counterattacks. He had long adopted the idea of fighting steadily. Anyway, he already had the chance of winning in his hands. There was no need to take risks to win. He did not ask for merit, but to not make any mistakes. With his hundreds of thousands of years of pure cultivation, he would exhaust Chu Yang to death, even if he had to. But he did not know that Chu Yang was secretly proud of himself at this moment. He was full of joy. This sparring opponent was really too tactful. In terms of the actual strength of the two sides, if Yu Qi did not care and made a strong counterattack with Chu Yang's cultivation that had not completely integrated with the supreme true spirit, he would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. Not only would Chu Yang be defeated, even the chance of retreating in one piece would be very slim. But Yu Qi was really too cautious. He did not dare to give it his all. This gave Chu Yang an extreme opportunity to make a move, consume his own cultivation to the limit, catalyze it internally and externally, and maximize the integration of the supreme, true spirit. In fact, it was no wonder that Yu Qi would make such a choice. No matter what, a sage-level expert, as long as he was not a battle maniac, would make the same choice as Yu Qi throughout history. How many people could be like Chu Yang, who dared to deliberately consume his own cultivation in order to break through at the last minute? That was simply the most unwise act of courting death. After showing a few flaws in a row, seeing that Yu Qi was still biding his time, Chu Yang was completely relieved. But he became more and more presumptuous. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang's body flew back like a meteor. Then he retreated and advanced again, bringing along 10,000 fathoms of fine light. Good sword. Good move. Yu Qi shouted when he saw the situation. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he calmly faced the attack. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? Chu Yang shouted again and made another fierce move. Good sword technique. A sharp will bury deep will not change. The tribulation sword technique was displayed vividly from Chu Yang's hands like moving clouds and flowing water, but it carried a thunderous momentum that swept across the world. The boundless cold sword aura rushed toward Yu Qi in a perilous manner. Chapter 2173. Yu Qi resisted 8 moves in a row, but he felt more and more that his opponent's swordsmanship was marvelous and unparalleled, and the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. With every move that the opponent made, he had to defend with all his might. Even so, there were still sword energies that he missed. These sword energies that he couldn't defend against could only be resisted with a saint-level cultivation. Fortunately, Chu Yang hadn't reached the saint level yet. If Chu Yang had reached the level of a saint, even if he was at the primary level of a saint, this round of attacks alone would be enough to teach Yu Qi a lesson. But it was also because Chu Yang hadn't reached the level of a saint that this round of attacks that clearly had the upper hand didn't hurt Yu Qi's foundation. Yu Qi had been on the battlefield all his life and had seen a lot, but this was the first time he encountered such a marvelous and peerless swordsmanship. Even though he was in the middle of the battle, he couldn't help but be dazzled. His interest in this battle was getting stronger and stronger. This level of swordsmanship, I must unravel the mystery behind it. Chu Yang's cultivation is only at the peak of heavenly human level, but he can actually force my defense to be incomplete with this swordsmanship. If I can master such a peerless swordsmanship, won't I have the upper hand and win against Marshal Mu in the future? Yu Qi's eyes became more dignified. He stared at Chu Yang's hands, carefully guessing the mystery of each of Chu Yang's moves. But what he didn't know was that the tribulation swordsmanship had to be used together with the heaven-multiplying divine technique to have such an effect. Without the heaven-multiplying divine technique, even if he could learn all the stances perfectly it would be difficult for him to unleash even 1/10,000th of the power of the moves. A blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld. Chu Yang shouted repeatedly, and sword light flew everywhere. On Yu Qi's side, sword light was also flying everywhere. It was just that he changed from an all-around defense to a defensive attack at the beginning because he found that Chu Yang's swordsmanship seemed to be endless. The more he fought, the greater the pressure he felt. There were already 7 to 8 crisscrossing white marks on his body. Although they didn't really cut his skin and hurt his body, he still felt pain. This situation is not good. We can't continue like this. Yu Qi's mind turned. We must find a way to contain it. The best way to restrain Chu Yang was undoubtedly to fight offense with offense. In terms of general martial arts principles, once one side launched a strong counterattack, the other side would have to put a part of their strength into defense. In this way, it would be impossible to launch an all-out attack. Yu Qi was also thinking of this idea, but today's battle situation had completely subverted this principle. Only then did Yu Jie increase his counterattack. On the opposite side, Chu Yang not only did not concentrate on defending, but instead attacked even more crazily. The heaven-overlapping divine technique was operating at an unprecedented super high speed. Both his dantians were operating at the same time. At the same time, it formed a fierce vortex, attracting the power of the supreme, true spirit in his body, slowly drawing it out from his bones and muscles. It gradually converged into his dantian, replenishing his own consumption. This peculiar process was progressing at a snail's pace. If Yu Lao knew about this situation, he would definitely go all out to counterattack and completely kill off this process, because in his estimation, Chu Yang's dantian should be close to exhaustion at this moment. But at this moment, it was once again filled with energy. Not only did it not show any signs of exhaustion, but the golden liquid in his dantian was gradually increasing at a considerable speed. Chu Yang's earth-shattering attack did not weaken at all. Instead, it became fiercer and fiercer. The magnificent sword light broke through the air and actually made a rumbling sound like thunder and lightning. But in Yu Lao's eyes, this was Chu Yang at the end of his tether. He could not help but be secretly happy, and his defense became more and more stable. I'd rather hide myself completely, but exchange it for the green sky massacre frenzy. Chu Yang once again let out a hoarse roar. His body turned and suddenly disappeared. His whole person had also turned into a brilliant sword light. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the stars, an extremely frenzied, murderous intent swept towards Yu Lai like a tidal wave. Ha! Manor Master Chu, are you finally at your wit's end? An arrow at the end of its flight. What's there to be afraid of? Yu Lao clearly felt the decline of the opponent's sword momentum. He could not help but laugh loudly. He felt that victory was in his hands, and the overall situation was in his hands. The two big sword moves converged and came over mightily. Behind the sword light, Chu Yang's figure suddenly reappeared, and he shouted, "Not necessarily!" Then another 4 moves were brazenly launched. Big and blunt, without a sharp edge. The sky wants to sink, no blade and no cold sword intent is dense. Life and death is the beginning of the sword sharpness. Only the vicissitudes of life know the silent soul. These 4 moves were a desperate sword technique that risked one's life to take another's life. The consecutive attacks caused Yu Lai to be flustered. The last strike of the sword head was hidden in the brilliant and dazzling sword light. Chu Yang, together with the sword hilt, crashed into Yu Lao's chest and abdomen. Yu Lao let out a muffled groan. His body finally could not remain still like a mountain. His whole body flew backwards, and he only felt a sharp pain between his chest and abdomen. His eyes finally revealed a strong anger. Since he had been promoted to a saint-level expert, how long had it been since he was injured? It had really been a long time. But unexpectedly, he had not expected that he would be injured by a junior who was not even a saint-level expert. This move was fierce, overbearing, and unexpected. It finally caused a super expert like Yu Lao to be injured a little. After Yu Lao's move, he retreated 100 feet. Using his hands to cover his chest and abdomen, he slowly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Chu Yang, good sword technique." On the opposite side, Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He gasped for breath and sneered, "This is not good enough. The real good sword technique is yet to come." Yu Lao said coldly, "Unfortunately, you have succeeded in angering me. Whether the sword technique is good or not is meaningless to me. Chu Yang, today I will kill you." Chu Yang smiled faintly and leaped up. "Yu Lao, don't play with words. In the end, who will kill who is not certain yet." Suddenly there was a loud shout. "The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness. Don't restrain your blade when you kill the world." A crazy sword aura actually pressed over brazenly again. This wave of attack was a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. The whole world seemed to be filled with Chu Yang's sword light. From top to bottom, it was all densely packed sword mountains and sword seas. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sword. Seeing this, Yu Lao let out a long roar and flew over. With a lift of his long sword, he actually took the initiative to enter the area of sword light and sword shadows. Then, clap, 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 clap. The continuous sound of collisions sounded continuously and finally concluded with a loud bang. Yu Lao, who was submerged in the sword mountains and sword seas, suddenly reappeared. His body spun, and as if he was unsteady, he staggered back. On the opposite side, Chu Yang's situation seemed to be worse. His whole body spun and flew out in a sorry state. He flew out for more than 300 feet before he returned to the ground. He couldn't stand still and staggered, falling back for more than 100 feet again. On the ground, 2 deep marks were drawn by his feet. The 2 people who stopped their bodies looked up at each other at the same time. Their hearts were filled with awe. At this moment, Yu Lao finally felt a bone-chilling real crisis. On his shoulder, there was an additional blood stain. Although it was only a superficial wound and couldn't even be considered a minor injury, Yu Lao understood another thing. The saint golden body that he relied on the most, which he thought was unbreakable, was no longer unbreakable in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang's sword could actually threaten the safety of his physical body. Yu Lao's heart was filled with vigilance, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. But Yu Lao didn't know that the shock in Chu Yang's heart was even more unparalleled. This was the first time Chu Yang met such a powerful opponent. He used the Calamity Sword moves consecutively. If the opponent could block it, he would block it. If he couldn't, he would just use his physical body to block it. Even with the unparalleled sharpness of the Calamity Sword and his current extreme cultivation, he couldn't pierce through the opponent's body at all. It must be known that Chu Yang had been trying to break through the opponent's defense with the Calamity Sword. But previously, other than adding white marks on Yu Lao's body, even the sword aura couldn't penetrate his flesh. The firmness of the saint golden body couldn't even be broken through by the Calamity Sword. In the last time, he even risked his life and used all his strength, but he still could only leave a bloody mark on the opponent's shoulder. Chu Yang was actually very clear that the reason why he achieved such results was not because the Calamity Sword wasn't sharp enough, but because his own cultivation was too weak. If he could also have the cultivation of a saint, he didn't have to reach the same level as Yu Lao. He didn't even have to have the strength of a saint. As long as he had the strength of a beginner saint, he could kill Yu Lao's body like cutting vegetables. But the reality now was that his cultivation wasn't enough. There was a fundamental difference in his foundation. Chu Yang panted and thought quickly, thinking of a way to break through the enemy. If he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, how could he win the battle? Under the continuous, fierce battle, although the duration was very short, every round of battle was a full output. Although the vitality could be endless, the burden of physical exhaustion was unavoidable. Yu Lao, on the other side, gently breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he was continuously suppressed by Chu Yang, and the consumption of his cultivation and spiritual power was also extremely huge. It could be said that it was several times more than Chu Yang's consumption. His nerves were always tense, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. At this moment, it was finally time for him to take a breath. But what he didn't expect was that when Yu Lao just breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Yang, who should be more tired than him, actually rushed over again. In a flash, the magnificent sword light once again crossed the distance of 400 feet and came in front of Yu Lao. Yu Lao was furious. He was obviously a small ant, but he actually dared to use such a shameless way of fighting against him. It was really intolerable. Yu Lao roared and fought back with all his strength. Chapter 2174. Another round of fierce battle started again. Chu Yang repeatedly used the 30 moves of the Tribulation sword technique for more than 10 times. He launched an all-encompassing attack on Yu Lingsha. Every time he used the sword technique, he would gain some new insights. Yu Lai also clearly felt that the power of Chu Yang's sword technique was slowly increasing. Although the increase wasn't very obvious, but compared to the sword technique at the beginning, the power of the sword technique now was almost like two different people. Is this bastard using me to practice his sword technique? This unimaginable thought appeared in Yu Jiai's mind, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking of this, Yu Lai became unusually angry. Thinking of me, the deputy commander of Mo Yin Heaven Army, how can I be a puppet that you can use to practice your sword technique? Yu Lai let out a long roar, and the sword light suddenly flourished. He actually counterattacked with an unprecedented power. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly somersaulted out and shouted, "Who's there?" Yu Lai was startled. Is there someone else nearby? Why didn't I notice? Instead, it was Chu Yang who noticed. Then he saw Chu Yang angrily scolding, "Yu Qi, I respect you as a senior and a great commander. That's why I agreed to have a fair fight with you. But I didn't expect you to arrange for your subordinates to ambush me. Late Rain, with your actions, can you still be considered a senior expert? Are you still a deputy commander of Mo Yin Heaven Army? Is this how you eat your words and go back on them?" Yu Lai said angrily, "Nonsense. When did I arrange for my subordinates to ambush you here?" Chu Yang's face was full of anger. You still dare to not admit it? A real man dares to take responsibility for his actions and have a clear conscience. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You dare to do it, but fear to take responsibility. What you did is done, and you still want to deny it and quibble. Do you think that everyone in the world is stupid and blind? After saying that, his face was full of disdain. Yu Lai was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. You're talking nonsense. There's obviously no one here. Where did the ambush come from? Ha ha ha! Chu Yang sneered mockingly. Shameless person. Are you still trying to cover up the truth? Do you still want me to take out evidence? Do you want to prove that you are despicable? Good, good, good. Yu Qi was a proud and arrogant person. How could she accept such an insult? He shouted, "As long as you can produce evidence, this general will kowtow to you and admit his mistake." As he spoke, he circulated his divine sense and carefully searched the void. Chu Yang took 8 steps forward. Then he raised his head and shouted, "Heavenly King Mo Yin, you bastard who stabbed me in the back. Come out now. You're just a bunch of rats and dogs. You dare to plot against me, but don't dare to come out and meet me?" Yu Qi only sneered at Chu Yang. Chu Yang said furiously, "Do you think that I won't be able to find you just because you know how to conceal your divine soul?" Yu Jai was startled. Divine soul concealment? Could there really be someone spying on them from the sidelines? Who was it? Those who had the ability to conceal their divine soul were definitely not ordinary people. Could it be that there was really someone who would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, intending to reap the benefits of the fishermen? He couldn't help but concentrate a little more, increasing the strength of his divine sense search. Then he saw Chu Yang angrily take another 50 feet forward. Suddenly he shouted, "Still not coming out?" Chu Yang's wrist suddenly shook, and the calamity sword in his hand flew out. Mixed with the unparalleled power of wind and thunder, it shot toward somewhere in the sky. The sword light was bright and straight up to the sky. Yu Qi involuntarily raised his head to look. He wanted to see what was going on. However, at this moment, Chu Yang, who had just thrown the long sword into the air, suddenly flashed in the moment the long sword left his hand. Yu Qi had just raised his head when he felt a sudden darkness in front of him. He knew that something was wrong, but at this moment, it was already too late to do anything. Then he felt a huge fist violently smashing his nose. This was really unexpected and impossible to guard against. At this moment, Yu Qi's entire mind was searching for that inexplicable ambusher. And Chu Yang had always been displaying his sword skills. Now that his sword had already left his hand, it was clear that he was already extremely angry. His only thought was that ambusher. Therefore, Yu Qi was 10,000% unprepared. This punch landed solidly on Late Rain's nose without any fuss. Yu Qi's face was suddenly smashed with a white light ripple. That was the protection of the sage's golden body. His whole body flew up from the ground. He was sent flying backward by this punch. He only felt a sharp pain on his face. Late Rain knew that he had been tricked, and was furious in his heart. Chu Yang had already caught up to him like a shadow. He punched Late Rain's eyes again, and then he went all out. His two fists brought along countless afterimages, and like a torrential downpour, they smashed onto Late Rain's face. Yu Qi's body suddenly left the ground. His spirit had just recovered when he was hit hard. For a moment he couldn't react in time. He could only passively fly backward. White light flickered on his face, and circles of ripples were smashed out by Chu Yang. Chu Yang carried a huge momentum. Every punch was full of strength. Like a storm, it landed heavily on Yu Qi's face, on the nose. He didn't hit any other places. He only hit the eyes and nose. Yu Qi's body flew out of the mountain like a kite with a broken string. Chu Yang in front of him followed up. His fists were like meteors, and his hands were like torrential rain. While fighting, Chu Yang shouted, "Yu Qi, you despicable and insidious villain! Yu Qi, you dare to plot against me! Yu Qi, you dare to sneak attack! Yu Qi, you really lost Mo Yuntian's face! Yu Qi, you son of a bitch! Yu Qi, how can you be so despicable and shameless to this extent? Yu Qi, I really feel cold for you! Yu Qi, you despicable villain! In a fair duel, you actually used tricks to sneak attack me. Yu Qi, I have seen your so-called ability. It turns out that you are such a despicable and filthy villain." Yu Qi only felt that his heart was about to explode. Who is despicable and shameless? Who is the one who sneak attacked me? Who is the one who schemed? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Those shady deeds are clearly done by you, Chu Yang. It's you. It's you. You were the one who used a trick to ambush me. After your ambush succeeded, you shamelessly turned the tables and pushed all the blame on me. Now, you can still speak so righteously and righteously. What's even more outrageous is that you actually said it so sullenly and indignantly. How can you be so shameless? You are simply despicable and shameless. There is no limit to how low you can be. But these words were all in Yu Qi's heart. He didn't have any chance to say it. After his whole body was smashed into the air, his feet never landed on the ground. As long as he landed, he would be able to catch his breath. Even if he had to take a few hits, he would have to get out of this embarrassing situation first. But in this short period of time, Chu Yang actually blasted out 310 punches. There was no gap at all. Chu Yang's punches carried a violent momentum. He didn't seek to injure the enemy, only to charge forward. Even if Yu Qi used the 10,000-pound hammer, he still couldn't step on the ground. He could only sullenly fly all the way back. He didn't even dare to open his mouth to forcefully convert his energy, because once he opened his mouth, his teeth would definitely be broken. In the current situation, he was completely relying on the strong defense of the saint's golden body to resist Chu Yang's attacks. Once he forcefully opened his mouth, the operation of the saint's golden body would be temporarily interrupted. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured in other places, his teeth would definitely be broken. That was the place where the saint's golden body couldn't fully protect. Yu Qi's current situation was in line with an old saying: suffer in silence, eat in silence. You know what you're doing. He was so sullen that he wanted to go crazy, but he could only endure the beatings all the way. In the original open space, the injuries of both sides had been fully bandaged. Everyone was glaring at each other. If it wasn't for the strict orders of both sides not to fight, they would have already killed each other. If looks could kill, then everyone on both sides would have died at least 1,000 times already. All that was left was worry for the two sides that were fighting right now. On a mountain far away, vast sword energy shot into the sky and danced in the air like gods and demons were fighting. This kind of intense battle was too much for everyone to take in. Even Mo Yuntian and the others who had been full of confidence in Yu Qi couldn't help but feel nervous. They couldn't be sure. They were very familiar with martial Yu's fighting style. They could see that the sword light that seemed to want to cut through the world was definitely not martial Yu's sword. Since it wasn't, then it had to be Chu Yang's. If they inferred based on this, then they could come to a shocking, inconceivable, and unbelievable conclusion. Ever since the battle started, Marshal Yu had been passively taking a beating? He had been at a disadvantage the entire time. He was definitely at a disadvantage. When they thought of this, everyone frowned. There was great worry on their faces. That Chu Yang's strength had reached such a terrifying level? Just as they were thinking about this, they saw the sword light in the sky suddenly dissipate. It seemed that the battle over there had stopped. Everyone, regardless of friend or foe, stood up in unison. Everyone's heart was beating rapidly. Who was the winner of this battle? Suddenly, an enormous boom sounded. Then they heard Chu Yang's furious curses. "Yu Qi, you despicable and shameless person." The voice was clear and powerful, penetrating and shaking the sky. Everyone was shocked. What was it? Why was Chu Yang so angry? Then Chu Yang's curses sounded again. "You dared to ambush me! You dared to ambush me! You dared to use underhanded tactics! You could not win against me, so you used such underhanded tactics. What kind of hero are you? You really make people laugh." Everyone realized. As they had expected, the truth was like this. The second chapter is still missing one will be completed tomorrow. Chapter 2175. Previously, when he saw that Yu Qi had been in a passive defensive state, he already felt that he wasn't Chu Yang's opponent. But he absolutely didn't expect that Yu Qi would actually use despicable means in such a fair battle. Such a person was Mo Yuntian's vice commander? For a moment, everyone looked at Mo Yuntian's people with disdain. Yu Qi's subordinates instantly blushed and fidgeted uneasily. Most of them lowered their heads. The other party's eyes were filled with disdain, sneers, and mockery. It was really difficult to face them head-on. Tan laughed in a strange voice. "Ahaha. Vice Commander Mo Yuntian. TSK, TSK. You truly have an awesome status. You can't afford to lose. You've even resorted to crafty plots and tricks. Ha ha! So this is the fair fight that Vice Commander you had proposed. This is Mo Yuntian's strength of character. Ha ha ha! I've experienced it. I've fucking widened my horizons today." Instantly, by Yu Qin, Che Su Chu, and the others booed. The generals under Meng Wu, you were even more pleased. Yu Qi has always been this kind of trash. We have seen this kind of dirty tricks many times, so we are not surprised anymore. That's right. Yu Qi is just a plate of dog meat. He can't get to the main seat. It's really Mo Yuntian's great sorrow that such a person occupies such a high position. Knowing that he can't beat the other, he used such a scheme in a fair battle. TSK, as expected of Vice Commander Yu. Otherwise, how could he not be able to beat Commander Mu? With such a character, TSK, he's dreaming. That's right. That's right. On the opposite side, the people under Yu Qi's command all lost face. They felt deeply ashamed. They wanted to refute, but the truth was in front of them. They could not speak without conscience. They could only curse inwardly. How could Vice Commander Yu do such a thing at such a time? Could it be that Chu Yang's strength had really reached a point where he could not compete with him? To force Commander Yu to do such a despicable thing? Then, the doubts in everyone's heart were completely dispelled by the truth in front of them. Before everyone's eyes, banging sounds rang out one after another, shaking the mountains and the earth. What was that sound? Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw two figures entangled with each other in the distance. They floated over from the sky at an astonishing speed. It was also mixed with Chu Yang's angry and aggrieved scolding. Everyone focused their eyes, and at that moment, that scene, they couldn't help but be shocked, only to see Yu Qi fluttering backwards without any strength to fight back, while Chu Yang was madly chasing after him and beating him up. Every punch was as heavy as a mountain on Yu Qi's face. For a moment, everyone was petrified and speechless. What the fuck? This Chu Yang is actually so ferocious. He actually grabbed Yu Qi like he was beating a pig that couldn't fight back, and beat him up in such an unbridled manner. This. Everyone felt that their worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. If Chu Yang was beaten up by Yu Qi like this, perhaps everyone wouldn't be so surprised. But now, the reality was right in front of their eyes. The one who was madly swinging his fists was clearly Chu Yang, and the one who was beaten up without any strength to fight back was indeed Yu Qi, a saint, bastard. Chu Yang's angry roar seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. It's a fair fight. You can't beat me, so it's fine if you admit defeat. I don't have to take your life. So why do I have to use such a despicable scheme? Everyone understood. It seemed that Deputy Commander Yu had gone too far just now. Why would the other party be so crazy? So shameless, and like a hooligan, he attacked with his fists. I already said that I don't want your life. I already said that I can let you go, but you still want to use such despicable means. It's really annoying. Chu Yang scolded. Do you still have any face? You've lived for so many years in vain. Everyone looked at each other. What did Deputy Commander Yu do to anger the heavens and the people? If Yuan Tianjin knew that you would actually do this, I'm afraid that he would be so angry that he would immediately be cuckolded. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. Everyone looked at each other and was stunned. What was this saying? Yu Qi did this. What did it have to do with Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun being cuckolded? You actually sneak attacked me when you were kneeling down and begging for mercy. You simply have no bottom line, no bottom line. Chu Yang seemed to be so angry that he couldn't speak. Only his fists were getting heavier and heavier. You're a fucking piece of trash. You're a fucking piece of trash. Everyone was in an uproar. Yu Qi actually knelt down and begged for mercy before, and then sneak attacked him again. This, only to see Yu Qi's face splattered white light in all directions. She floated back unsteadily, but Chu Yang still didn't stop. He kept on scolding, you know it yourself. I really don't want to kill you. I really don't want to, you know. Yu Qi's body was still flying back like a kite with a broken string. His eyes glared at Chu Yang, and he was so angry that he wanted to die more than 100,000 times. Finally, puff! Yu Qi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tip of his right foot suddenly stepped on a broken trunk of a big tree. Finally, he took a deep breath without caring about anything else. He raised his head and roared, Chu Yang! Ah, obviously. He was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. A world-destroying aura suddenly surged out from his body, and it was Deputy Commander Yu who had burned his own life potential, desperately bursting out a defensive counterattack. Bang! Chu Yang's body floated backwards at an extremely fast speed. This round of crazy beating had finally come to an end. In this short period of time, Chu Yang had smashed a total of 1,800 punches on Yu Qi's face. After Chu Yang landed on the ground, he staggered a bit and forcibly swallowed the blood in his throat. He stood steadily on the ground and looked at Yu Qi on the opposite side with his hands behind his back and said compassionately, "Yu Qi, although you want to harm me, I don't want to fight to the death with you. It's enough to win or lose. If you hadn't violated my taboo, disregarded the principle of a fair battle, and used those dirty tricks, I wouldn't have taught you such a lesson. But since things have come to this, I hope you can learn from it in the future. As the saying goes, if you know your mistakes and can correct them, nothing is better. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent, and the shore is at hand. As the saying goes, repenting is more precious than gold. Although you're a few years old, you still have some time to live. Seize the remaining days and start anew." These words were said with a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence and good intentions. If people who didn't know heard it, they would think that this was a savior. Others have used such dirty tricks on you, and you're still trying so hard to educate them. Really, really a noble character. Really a high mountain to look up to. Yu Qi had just landed on the ground dizzily. He staggered a bit, and then he found that he was already in front of the crowd. Could it be that in front of his subordinates, he was beaten up so fiercely and without any face? Then he heard Chu Yang's words, so compassionate and sincere, so sincere in his teachings, so true in his feelings, so great in his character, so noble in his character. For a moment, the fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and it burst out fiercely. The kind of suffocation that almost made him crazy, and the kind of humiliation that almost made him explode, all rushed into his heart. In an instant, his heart convulsed with anger, and his liver trembled with anger. He pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yang. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he felt something sweet in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Then he spat out a dozen mouthfuls of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. For a moment, he almost couldn't stand. "Deputy Commander, Commander Yu, what's wrong?" "Deputy Commander Yu, you have to take care. Your health is more important. Nothing else is important." Immediately, someone flew forward to comfort him. Chu Yang stood across from him with his hands behind his back. He looked really elegant, extraordinary, and otherworldly. In reality, the two hands were constantly circulating and rubbing against each other. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "Motherfucker, why are this old bastard's bones so hard?" After this round of 1,800 punches, even the bones in my hands have cracked. It's so painful that I can't take it anymore. This old bastard hasn't been beaten to death, and he isn't even injured. And that damned protective divine technique actually lasted for 1,700 punches before it was broken. Such a person is only at the level of a saint? Then what about a high-level saint? Motherfucker, my hands are really in so much pain. At this point, Yu Qi finally took a breath, but he still spat out a dozen mouthfuls of blood. Firstly, it was because of the injury, and secondly, it was because of anger. Of course, the main reason was still anger. This result was reasonable. Even if Chu Yang had used the heavenly divine technique to its fullest extent, it would still be impossible for him to beat Yu Sha to death with a saint-level cultivation. Even if Chu Yang had used the heavenly divine technique to its fullest extent and continuously hammered Yu Sha with the strongest force, it would still be impossible for him to beat Yu Sha to death. Chu Yang made a series of sneaky moves and created an opportunity. Finally, he gained the great advantage of 1,800 punches in a row. He finally shattered Yu Qi's protective, holy aura. But the protective, holy aura of a saint was too strong. Only the last 100 punches really hit Yu Qi's body. However, with such a high-intensity output, Yu Qi's protective divine aura was finally broken. But Chu Yang didn't have it easy either. Chapter 2176. However, Chu Yang was determined to fight with all his might. If I don't kill him, I'll be dead for sure. I must persevere. It was precisely because of this mentality that Chu Yang continued to throw punches without any regard for his life. He continued to punch until the bones of his 2 fists were completely broken. If he didn't stop and forced himself to fight, Yu Qi would at most be more seriously injured. But his life would definitely not be in danger. But Chu Yang's 2 hands might be completely crippled. In addition, Yu Qi was a saint-level expert after all. Although he was in a difficult situation at the moment, who knew if such an expert had any hidden secret methods? If he really didn't care and really damaged his own foundation to fight back with Chu Yang's current state, as long as Yu Qi used all his strength to fight back, even if Chu Yang didn't die, he would be seriously injured. In view of this, especially in the current situation where the tribulation space was still closed and there were no heavy pills left, Chu Yang knew that he had run out of ammunition and food. How would he dare to really cripple his hands, let alone seriously injure his body? So when he saw that he couldn't kill Yu Qi even if he used more strength and might even suffer a counterattack, Chu Yang immediately stopped. If he didn't stop now, his 2 hands might really be gone. Everyone around looked at him with admiration. No one thought that Chu Yang could be so fierce that he could beat the deputy commander of Mo Yuntian into such a sorry state. It was really too ferocious, too ferocious. Mo Yuntian and the others gathered around Yu Qi and called out repeatedly. They were really worried. Yu Qi still stood straight in the same place. His face was covered with a thick layer of white fog. After a long time, he suddenly roared, "Get out of my way!" An abnormally powerful force suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding people to tumble backwards. The white fog above his head suddenly dissipated, revealing his face. His face was bruised, his nose was crooked to one side, even his lips were blue, and his face was full of blood. His 2 big panda eyes were so swollen that they narrowed into slits. He stood up straight and suddenly let out a loud roar. His face suddenly surged with a white light. The dense white light slowly lingered on his face, and the bruises on his face quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. His original thin complexion was restored. The dark shadows at the corners of his eyes and his crooked nose miraculously recovered. When the dense white light completely dissipated, Yu Qi's complexion had completely returned to normal. His eyes seemed to be on fire as he stared at Chu Yang. His eyes were filled with madness as he took a step forward. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Yang, what a good Chu Yang! I finally get to know you today." Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "Deputy Commander, you're flattering me. Although you're not my opponent with your cultivation, you can be considered a top figure in this heavenly imperial court. The world is so big, where can't you go? I believe that as long as you repent and turn over a new leaf, you'll have a bright future ahead of you." He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Yu Lai expectantly, speaking with the demeanor of an elder. "Young man, do your best. I'm very optimistic about you." Yu Qi stared at him as if he was going to vomit blood. He said angrily, "Chu Yang, you despicable man, can you be more shameless, more despicable?" Chu Yang frowned and said very unhappily, "I don't like to hear you distorting black and white. Who's despicable? Who's shameless? Who's despicable? Why don't you let everyone be the judge? Justice is in people's hearts. How can right and wrong be argued?" Yu Qi roared like a mountain. "Good thief! Are you saying that I'm despicable, shameless, and despicable?" Chu Yang smiled faintly again and said very generously, "Look at you! Why are you so anxious? How can you be so arrogant? You see, after the battle, you've been suppressed by me. You didn't counterattack at all. This is an indisputable fact, right?" Yu Qi said angrily. So what? Go on. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Then I suddenly threw the sword into the sky. That's what happened, right? I'm not lying, right? Yu Qi said angrily, It's indeed not bad, but… Chu Yang interrupted and said, I saw that I've been suppressing you with the sword for so long, and you didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. I didn't want to use the sword again. First, I was afraid that I would use too much force and hurt your life. Second, we agreed that it was a fair battle. I had to give you some leeway to fight back. Anyway, I can take care of you with my fists. The result was roughly what I expected. I just didn't expect that you still didn't have the strength to fight back even after I threw away the sword. Yu Qi's face turned red. Bastard! You're just… Chu Yang interrupted. Yu Qi, what people do, the heavens are watching. Do you dare to swear to the heavens that I didn't throw the sword into the sky and used my fists? The heavens and the earth are witnessing this battle. What are you still arguing about? Yu Qi was so angry that he couldn't speak. You, Chu Yang said with a puzzled face. Oh, right, I've always been puzzled about something. Why did you look up when I threw the sword into the sky? It's just a sword. What were you looking at? Yu Qi's anger surged like a mountain. The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't say any words to defend himself. Young man, it's true that you have to keep your eyes and ears open during a battle, but you can't ignore the enemy in front of you. Chu Yang said earnestly, What is the enemy? The enemy is a sworn enemy who can seize any flaw in you and deal a fatal blow to you. Young man, this is a bloody lesson. Remember it well. Yu Qi had a problem since he was young, which was that he stuttered a little. Usually it was better, but once he was anxious and angry, the more he wanted to say, the more he couldn't say anything. At this moment, he was obviously angry to the extreme. But under Chu Yang's sharp tongue, one sentence after another, Yu Qi couldn't answer directly. He was so anxious that his mouth was full of saliva, but he couldn't refute. At first glance, it seemed that he was speechless because of Chu Yang's words. There was really no difference. When you looked up, I took advantage of the moment when you exposed your flaw and punched you in the face. A duel is about not giving in on the spot and not showing mercy. You also said this sentence. I didn't do anything wrong in this matter, right? We are originally enemies. Killing on the battlefield is unscrupulous, right? Not to mention that I hit you. Even if I cut you with my sword, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Chu Yang's words seemed reasonable and righteous, and every sentence occupied the place of righteousness. Every sentence was afraid that the other party wouldn't agree, and he had to ask, right? Everyone listened and nodded. Even the people on Yu Qi's side were no exception. In fact, this matter really sounded like Yu Qi was too stupid. Ten held his stomach and laughed. Ahaha, I'm dying of laughter. Motherfucker, there's actually such a good thing in the world. He laughed until he wiped his tears and said, Motherfucker, both sides were fighting. He just casually threw a sword, and you actually looked up while fighting. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a sword before? You're so fucking stupid. I've broadened my horizons again today. Moreover, because you looked up and got beaten up like this, you can still feel so wronged and vomit so much blood. With your fucking IQ, you can actually become the deputy commander of MO. Yuntian? I'm really fucking stupid. If it was me with my extreme intelligence, wouldn't I become the emperor of that MO? Yuntian? Motherfucking Yuan Tianji would have to call me father? Tan's words immediately gained the approval of the Dream Slayer army, and by Yuqin. They nodded and echoed. Who is the despicable, shameless, and despicable one? Chu Yang looked up and was proud. Yu Qi. Everyone said in unison. Who is the stupid one? Yu Qi. Who's the one who's stupid? Yu Qi. Who is the stupid one? Yu Qi, Yu Qi, Yu Qi, it's Yu Qi. There's no one else. Everyone shouted, and their laughter shook the sky. On the opposite side, Yu Qi's subordinates were all pale. Motherfucker, deputy commander, you did this himself. Motherfucker, we can't even find a reason to refute. Yu Qi used his life potential to recover from his injuries while cursing. On the other side, Chu Yang's hands were also trembling. He couldn't hold his sword at all, and could only talk to delay time. Although the two of them had the same idea, Chu Yang's words were too infuriating. Others might think that he was righteous, but Yu Qi was so angry that he almost went mad, listening to him distorting the facts so much. But her own mouth was not good enough. She couldn't win the argument. Late Rain was so angry that her internal organs were smoking. She simply didn't care about the injury. More and more white foam appeared at the corner of Yu Qi's mouth. He was stunned and couldn't speak. He roared and pounced forward fiercely, shouting, "Let everyone see who's the one who's not the other's opponent." Since he couldn't explain it clearly, he would explain it with facts. Chu Yang laughed heartily. "The outcome has been decided. And you still want to fight? You should know that I was merciful last time. I didn't use my sword against you, but my fist. If I used my sword, would you still be alive? You're so despicable and shameless. I didn't kill you, but you still want to court death? Come, 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 I'll fulfill your wish." Everyone felt that this was reasonable. The other party didn't use his sword, and you were already swollen. Now that you want to use your sword, isn't that courting death? They all came forward and pulled Yu Qi. "Marshal you. Since the outcome has been decided, let him live." These words were very appropriate and greatly took care of Yu Qi's face. But Yu Qi almost vomited blood and said, "Why should I let him live? I must kill him." Everyone despised him in their hearts. "You're already swollen, and you still won't let him go. Chu Yang is right. You're really too shameless." Chapter 21:77. With a sudden roar, Yulong finally broke free from the crowd and flew over. At this moment, he had obviously been completely blinded by anger. At this moment, apart from the thought of killing Chu Yang, there was no other thought in Yu Late's mind. Chu Yang beat him up like this and made him lose face in front of his enemies and subordinates. Yulong had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Moreover, it was the kind of loss that he couldn't say anything about. If he didn't take revenge for this, he would really live up to the saying, "I'm not a man." Chu Yang looked at Yulong, who was gritting his teeth and rushing over with a ferocious expression. His eyes revealed a strange, playful look. Yulong had lost his mind now. Yulong had lost his ability to think normally now. And this was the best result that Chu Yang wanted. Otherwise, why would he have to spend so much effort? First, he didn't hesitate to use his vitality to cast the Calamity sword art 10 times in a row. Then he completely suppressed Yu Xian and wantonly used schemes and tricks to make Yu Xian embarrassed. What was the point of wasting his breath to play monkey tricks? Yulong's real cultivation was much higher than Chu Yang's. If it was a fair battle, both sides would go all out, and the final result would be Chu Yang's death. If it wasn't for the continuous use of tricks to make Yulong's cultivation drop a little, this battle would be impossible to fight. How could Chu Yang not know that he was twisting words and forcing logic? How could he not know that he was distorting the truth? The so-called reason was simply untenable. As long as everyone thought about it carefully, they would be able to see through the whole story. The people in front of him were just confused by a series of so-called truths. They deeply despised Yulong's character in their hearts. That was why they all slandered Yulong. I believe that with a little more time, there may be no need for Yulong to explain himself. Everyone on both sides would be able to see through the whole story. However, as long as Yulong lost his mind now, it was enough. Previously, the only purpose was to agitate Yulong enough to make his mind chaotic and lose his composure. If not, how could he have a chance to win? If Yulong was still clear-headed, how could he fight with him? What kind of fair battle is this? It's simply a battle to the death where the strong bully the weak. Chu Yang had spouted a lot of nonsense before. Perhaps there was only one sentence that was completely true. That was on the battlefield when two sides were facing off against each other. It was a matter of course. Chu Yang sneered and shouted, "You Qi, I've already spared you, but you still want to court your own death. Since you want to die so much, I might as well fulfill your wish. Hand over your life." This sentence was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Yu Lai was angered by him to the point that his qi and blood surged even more, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Although Late Rain couldn't win against Chu Yang in words, her heart was as clear as snow. Chu Yang is a shameless guy. His mouth is invincible. I'm definitely not his opponent. But why should I argue with him? Let's go over and fight. I won't give him a chance to play tricks again. If he still wants to use his fist to hit me, it's impossible. Also, his sword has already been thrown to the sky. Right now, this guy is basically unarmed. Although I'm also unarmed. But how can Chu Yang's cultivation be compared to mine? In this fight, I have full confidence in winning. In front of an absolute gap in strength, any tricks that can't be put on the table are meaningless. I'll return the favor the way I was beaten just now. I'll use this pair of fists to beat this shameless guy into meat paste. Late Rain rushed up like a mad tiger, waving her fists to hit. The moment she punched out, her heart was filled with tyrannical pleasure, as well as the excitement of revenge. Chu Yang on the opposite side shouted, "Unrepentant person, don't blame me for being impolite." He actually punched out the same way. Late Rain gritted her teeth and added 30% more strength to her fists. Her eyes were filled with madness, as if she had already seen Chu Yang's fists being crippled and smashed by her fists. However, just as the two fists were about to collide, there was a sudden burst of light, and the sword aura flourished. A sword suddenly appeared on top of Chu Yang's straight fist without any warning. It was a sword that shone with boundless light and was incomparably sharp. Chu Yang said with a smile, "One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms." This move this time was different from the one he used in the battle with Late Rain. It was the ultimate change of the Tribulation sword technique, which was the ultimate version. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. 8 moves merged into one and exploded to the limit. Late Rain thought that the opponent's sword had already been thrown away, or at least not taken back for the time being. How did she know that it would appear in Chu Yang's hand again? How could every single one of these divine weapons be like this? But the sword in Chu Yang's hand was clearly the sword that she fought with just now. When on earth did he find it? This is too illogical, right? Late Rain mustered all her strength to attack, but she also felt the tyrannical threat from Chu Yang's sword at the moment when their attacks were about to collide. For a moment, her consciousness was blazing as she roared, "Despicable!" She actually tried her best to retreat. Although his golden body of the sage had been completely replenished, he had done so by stimulating his own life potential. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recover so quickly. Moreover, after this round of exhaustion, he would not be able to recover if he did not meditate and recuperate for 8 to 10 years when he returned. If he were to be broken by Chu Yang again at this moment, even if Late Rain's cultivation was not destroyed, it would be hard to say if he could recover in this lifetime. Even to the extent that with the intuition of a martial artist towards danger, he could clearly and truly feel that Chu Yang's current move was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous moves. So Late Rain could only choose to retreat. But he was originally charging forward with all his strength, and now he suddenly changed to retreat. In such a situation where he was in a dilemma, where he was lost due to anger, and where he lost his rationality, there was finally a little bit of delay and flaw that inevitably appeared. Although the flaw was small, it was enough for Chu Yang, who had been deliberately searching for the flaw. The boundless cold light that Chu Yang had unleashed shot onto Late Rain's body at the same time. However, at the last moment, Late Rain's pair of fists finally swung out. It collided head-on with Chu Yang's sword tip. Puff, 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 puff. With a series of collision sounds, the two people who were fighting fiercely separated again. Late Rain's tall and sturdy body fell back like a kite with a broken string, while Chu Yang's body on the opposite side spun and staggered back rapidly. On the ground, for deep marks appeared at the same time. Those were marks that were plowed out by the feet of the two people. The robe on Late Rain's body instantly turned into a beggar's outfit. Countless tiny bloodlines spurted out from his body bit by bit. The body protection technique and the golden body that he had hurriedly activated finally could not withstand Chu Yang's ultimate sword. There were at least 100 wounds on his body. Although without exception, they were all superficial wounds, and some were even shallow scratches on the skin. He was still injured after all. Chu Yang's invincible and all-pervasive sword aura had made Late Rain suffer a lot this time. Although the bones and internal organs of his body did not suffer the most direct and frontal damage, they had suffered countless shocks. With a wah sound, Late Rain spat out a mouthful of blood again, and his face quickly turned gray. Chu Yang on the opposite side also spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His body swayed, and he spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood in succession. His face was as pale as a sheet. The result of the head-on collision this time was that both sides suffered. And the result this time was something that even Chu Yang did not expect. In Chu Yang's calculation, Late Rain's continuous schemes seemed to have been almost defeated by him. Previously, even the golden body of the sage was shattered. Although he forcefully used his life potential to repair it, his real combat power should have dropped by at least 1 level. Coupled with the internal injuries, the continuous suffocation, and the anger that made him delirious, with the current cultivation of Late Rain, even the strongest could only be at the level of a beginner sage, right? But even under such circumstances, he could still cause such a result of both sides suffering? How deep do you think Late Rain's foundation is? Even more, this was not over yet. After Late Rain spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not even pant for a moment. He roared furiously and jumped up, chasing towards Chu Yang. A series of fierce attacks, like a storm, suddenly unfolded in midair. Although Late Rain's mouth had been bleeding during this process, and his injuries continued to increase at every moment, at this moment he did not care at all, as if he had gone crazy. He only had one thought in mind: to attack desperately. On the opposite side, Chu Yang roared as if he was not to be outdone. He propped up his body and leaped into the air. When he opened his mouth, blood also gushed out continuously. Even his 7 orifices were spurting out blood continuously. He, who was seriously injured, also rushed up in a head-on collision. He collided with Late Rain's body in midair. The sword light soared into the sky, and the sword energy overflowed. With a boom, under this collision, a bottomless canyon was directly shaken out on the ground. The two people once again fought in the air, and no one was willing to retreat. The two people on both sides of the battle looked ferocious, and they did not care about their own safety. Like 2 mad bulls, they were crushing each other. Collision, and everyone watching the battle below could not help but stare blankly. Everyone felt goosebumps all over their body. Everyone had lived for so long, at least hundreds of years, and at most hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of battle scene had they not seen before? But it was really the first time in their lives to see such a fierce battle between these two people. Crazy! Chapter 2178. In midair, a strange situation appeared. Yu Qi's left hand grabbed Chu Yang's right shoulder fiercely, and Chu Yang grabbed Yu Qi with the same hand. Both of them actually had the same idea. Don't you fucking think of leaving. They actually fixed each other in midair just like that. Yu Qi's other hand punched Chu Yang crazily. Every punch made Chu Yang spit out a mouthful of blood. The sound of bones breaking continued to ring out in a densely packed manner, and the calamity sword in Chu Yang's other hand also stabbed Yu Qi's body without any regard for his life. From beginning to end, Chu Yang stubbornly only stabbed Calamity's sword into the same place on Yu Qi's body. Every time he stabbed, Yu Qi's body would emit a burst of white light, and he would spit out a mouthful of blood. These two people were attacking each other as if they didn't care about their lives. There was only one thought in their mind: you're dead. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, 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 puff. Everyone didn't know how many times they had heard such a sound before. But only this time, everyone's heart couldn't help but twitch violently with every sound. Their minds were shaken. The two people's bodies kept rising as they fought each other. Then, they gradually descended as they fought each other. In this process, Yuqi already didn't know how many punches he had thrown, and Chuyang also didn't know how many swords he had used. Every sword seemed to be slaughtering the world, as if it had become a habit. Finally, when they were about 100 feet from the ground, there was a sudden puff sound in the air. It was like a cone piercing a balloon. Everyone fixed their eyes and looked over, only to see Chuyang's face was full of ruthlessness. This sword actually pierced deeply through the protective white light of the saint's golden body and deeply stabbed into Yuqi's body. All of a sudden, the protective white light exploded and scattered. The sword tip of Calamity's sword, with a bright, bloody light, revealed half of it from Yuqi's back. It was shining brightly. Then, with a whoosh, it was retracted again, and from another position, the sword tip of Calamity's sword emerged again. Ah! Yu Jiao let out a long and mournful scream. Her entire body was trembling violently. Suddenly, she exerted strength in the air, and the two of them flew up into the sky again. At the same time, Yuqi's fist also ruthlessly smashed into Chuyang's face. Chuyang's entire head was smashed to one side, and his cervical vertebra made a kacha sound. However, Chuyang's hand sword still didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation, and continuously went in and out of Yuqi's body 3 times. Blood slowly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It gradually gathered into a pool, and no one could tell whether it was Chuyang's blood or Yu Lei's blood. Both of them were bleeding profusely. Their mouths were full of thick bloody foam. Their heads, faces, and bodies were covered in blood. Some of it was their own, and some of it was their opponents'. At this moment, the two of them were already on the verge of death. However, the battle intent and ruthlessness in their eyes were not inferior to the other. Everyone's lips were tightly shut as they looked at the two people fighting. Not a single word was uttered. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with respect. Everyone on Yuqi's side regarded killing Chuyang as their top priority. However, at this moment, seeing that Chuyang could actually fight so ferociously, they couldn't help but feel respect in their hearts. Such an enemy could be said to be a terrifying existence that was like a nightmare in the heart of any enemy. However, it was also so respectable. As for Chuyang's side, Tan Tan and the others looked at Yuqi's battle at this moment, but a sense of respect also spontaneously rose from the bottom of their hearts. No matter what kind of person this person was or what kind of character he had, just by looking at this battle alone, Yuqi was worthy of the title of Deputy Commander MO Yuntian. No matter whether he was forced to be like this or for some other reason, as long as a man could fight and fight without regard for his life, then no matter who this man was, he was still worthy of respect. Now, the battle between these two people was no longer purely for victory or defeat, life or death, but for persistence. It depended on who could persevere more than the opponent. Even if it was a difference of 1 sword and 1 fist, the one who could persevere would be the winner. Both of them were now on the verge of collapse. The only belief that could support them was, I must see the other person fall first. This was a battle between men. It was already unrelated to life and death, and also unrelated to grievances and hatred. Such a way of fighting could only be described in one word: men. On Yuqi's body, there were already no less than 100 transparent sword holes. On Chuyang's body, there were also large areas of collapse. It was obvious that his bones were completely shattered. With such injuries, no matter which side it was, they should have died 10 or even 100 times. However, under such an atmosphere, both of them chose not to make a move on each other's only movable arm. I'll leave you to fight. Let's see who can't persevere first. Boom! Both of them finally fell to the ground at the same time. However, they were still holding on to each other. They stared at each other fiercely, without blinking. Yu Qi gritted his teeth and punched out again. He slowly hit Chu Yang's body. His fist no longer had any strength. However, when it touched Chu Yang's body, the force that might not even be able to crush an ant usually made Chu Yang groan in pain. Chu Yang slowly raised the Calamity Sword in his hand again and pierced into Yu Qi's chest at a surprisingly slow frequency. It was as if he was doing a set of super slow movements. Unfortunately, he had clearly used up all his remaining strength, but he still couldn't pierce through Yu Qi's chest. He could only slowly pull out his sword, obviously intending to change a place to strike. At the same time, Yu Qi also slowly retracted his fist like an old man in his twilight years. Both of their movements were so soft and weak. However, their eyes were burning crazily, like a raging fire. Finally, when Yu Qi's fist was retracted halfway, it hung down softly and couldn't be lifted again. Chu Yang slowly pulled his sword out of Yu Qi's chest. His wrist shook inexplicably, and the Calamity Sword almost fell to the ground. However, he gritted his teeth and roared silently. His whole body trembled as he lifted his sword again. Yu Qi looked at the sword in Chu Yang's hand with furious eyes. His eyes were burning crazily. Chu Yang's sword moved forward inch by inch. During this process, the two people's eyes were fixed on each other. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Chu Yang's blood-stained face. His lips moved slightly, and he said in a weak but clear voice, "I won." At the same time, the sword in his hand slowly pierced into Yu Qi's chest for the last time. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Yu Qi couldn't move at this moment. However, Chu Yang could still move and use his sword. Therefore, Chu Yang had won this battle. There was a roar in the sky. A clear voice sounded faintly in the cloudless sky. Chu Yang, Yu Qi, Demon Emperor, Heaven has witnessed the 7,754th battle between saint cultivators. Chu Yang, who hasn't reached the saint level, wins. Life and death, victory and defeat, leave it to fate. The bet is over. The promise of a monarch is witnessed by the heavens. The oath must be fulfilled and cannot be violated. The Oath Division finally made a verdict at this moment. Chu Yang won. Chu Yang, who hasn't reached the saint level, wins. The divine light in Yu Qi's eyes was still burning like a flame. He stared at Chu Yang. After a long time, the light in his eyes finally dimmed. He said, as if he was moaning, "I've lost." His hand, which was originally tightly gripping Chu Yang's hand, suddenly loosened. His tall and sturdy body also suddenly swayed. Then he fell backwards like a jade pillar toppling over a mountain of gold. "Marshal you! Marshal you!" Yu Qi's subordinates rushed up like lightning and supported Yu Qi's falling body. Yu Qi only said two words weakly, "Go back." Then he completely fainted. Chu Yang was still standing upright. He looked at Yu Qi's subordinates, who were carrying Yu Qi. They glared at him with unconcealable hatred and left silently. But Chu Yang didn't move at all. Tan Tan was anxiously asking Chu, "Girl, do you still have the elixirs that senior brother gave you? There should be at least one or two, right?" Chu Lo pursed her lips. I. Tan Tan was so anxious that he stomped his feet. "No more? Yours is gone too? Why did you use all of them?" Chu Lu burst into tears. "I didn't notice. Yours is gone too?" Tan Tan was dumbfounded when he heard that. Two streams of tears flowed down his cheeks just like that. There was no doubt that Chu Yang had indeed shown his prowess in this battle. But he had also used up all of his life and all of his potential. In the end, every punch and every sword was squeezing out the remaining fire of his life to fight. No matter whether it was Chu Yang or Yu Qi, no matter who won or lost, it was very difficult for the two of them to survive. Unless Yu Qi had the precious secret elixirs that Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, Yuan Tianji, had given her. she would definitely die. And it was the same for Chu Yang. If he didn't have the heavy elixirs, Chu Yang would definitely die too. But at this time, the heavy elixirs that Chu Yang had given to Chu Lu'er and Tan Tan when he ascended to Tian Ke had long been used up. What was worse was that Chu Yang, who was a big producer of heavy elixirs, obviously didn't have any himself. If he still had heavy elixirs, this battle wouldn't have been so miserable. The two of them had seen Chu Yang taking elixirs while fighting more than once. It was almost the same for every battle. They carefully went over to take a look, only to see Chu Yang staring blankly ahead. His pupils were already gradually dilating. Big brother, senior brother, Chu Lu'er and Tan Tan shouted at the same time, hoping to call back Chu Yang's consciousness. Chu Yang didn't disappoint the two of them. He was more or less conscious. He muttered, "They left?" Chapter 2179. He's gone, he's gone. We're all safe now. Everyone was sobbing silently. Together with the 800 soldiers of the Dreamslayer army, they all knelt on the ground. For a group of people who used to be their enemies, this man who risked his life to save them. Everyone knelt on the ground piously, tears streaming down their faces. Are they gone? Are they all gone? Chu Yang asked in a daze. He looked as if he had been relieved of a burden. Then his eyes, which were originally in a daze, suddenly shone with an indescribable sense of pride. I won the battle with Yu Qi, who was at the peak of the saint level. Hee hee, Chu Yang sneered and said intermittently, "We're all men and we only have one life. You dared to risk your life. Do you think I don't dare to?" Ha 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 ha. With a hoarse laugh, he suddenly fell straight backwards. He fell into the arms of Chu Lu'er, whose face was already full of tears. "My ribs are all broken. My sternum is broken. My skull is also broken. My neck is broken. My spine is broken. The broken bones have already been turned into thousands of fragments." Everyone checked Chu Yang's injuries and was speechless. No one could imagine how Chu Yang had managed to fight with such a tragic injury. Even if an ordinary person had 1% of Chu Yang's injuries, they would not be able to get up. But not only could Chu Yang fight, he could even persevere all the way until his opponent admitted defeat. He only collapsed after a long time. What kind of tenacity was this? What kind of shocking willpower was this? Looking at Chu Yang, who had fallen into a coma, everyone fell into a period of speechlessness. What an iron-boned hero. But the problem they had to face now was that Chu Yang's injuries were too serious. It was so serious that no one dared to move his body. They were afraid that he would fall apart if they moved him. This worry was not excessive or exaggerated. A certain king of Hell's bones were broken and broken. If they were not careful, he would not be able to regain his human form. But now, there was no medicine to save him. Everyone was at a loss of what to do as they watched Chu Yang's breathing become weaker and weaker while he was unconscious. "I have some medicine here, but I'm not sure if it'll work," Yao Ningning said. "What kind of medicine?" Tan Tan was overjoyed. "Cut the crap. Take it out quickly." Chu Lu'er urged her sternly. The little lass was already out of her wits, and she had to grab onto any straw that could save her life. Yao Ningning did not mind at all and said, "This medicine was given to me by my Empress mother. She said that it can save my life at a critical moment. I just don't know if it will be useful for such a serious injury. In any case, it's already like this. Using it should be better than not using it." As he spoke, he took out a purple jade bottle from his bosom. He carefully opened it and brought it close to Chu Yang's mouth. Just like that, a silvery liquid dripped out of the bottle. As soon as it came out of the bottle, the liquid emitted a dazzling light like the stars in the sky. The world was suddenly filled with endless, fragrant spiritual energy. As if it had a life of its own, it automatically entered Chu Yang's mouth. Then, without any warning, Chu Yang's body suddenly shone with the brightest colors of the stars. It was as if all the stars in the sky had gathered on Chu Yang's body at this moment, blooming with endless light. "It's the constellation, soul-stealing liquid," Uncle Hu exclaimed. He turned to look at Yao Ningning, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. Yao Ningning rolled his eyes and said, "What's the big deal about this? Is it worth making a fuss over?" Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma both stomped their feet and sighed. "What's the big deal about this? Is it worth making a fuss over?" "What's the big deal about this? It's worth making a fuss over." This was a true and insane prodigal. If the two uncles knew that this thing was given out by a certain someone, the two of them would definitely stop it. Even if they had to break off relations with Tan Tan and the others, they would still stop it. It was not that the two uncles were too stingy. It was really because this thing was really too precious, too rare, the constellation soul-stealing liquid was undoubtedly a unique treasure in the world. As long as one took this constellation soul-stealing liquid, no matter how serious the injury was, one could always hang on to one's last breath and not die. It could wait indefinitely for the medicine that the injured needed. This medicinal effect was not only suitable for ordinary people. Even if the descendants of Emperor Yi suffered injuries that could never be healed, they could also use the constellation soul-stealing liquid to maintain their vitality. Therefore, although the constellation soul-stealing liquid could not have an immediate effect, it was definitely a first-rate life-saving medicine in the Heaven Imperial Court. Once this medicine was taken, as long as there was no external interference, even if the injured wanted to die, they would not die. At that time, the Demon Empress worked hard and even took the huge risk of almost starting a war with the other Sky Emperors to get this bottle. This guy actually gave it away without batting an eyelid. If this matter was known by Her Majesty the Demon Empress, she would definitely immediately spank this unfilial person. After taking the constellation soul-stealing liquid, the effect was indeed amazing. Chu Yang's complexion instantly looked much better, and the essence energy in his body also started to circulate on its own. Although he was still in an unconscious state, the essence energy in his body already started to heal on its own. This was undoubtedly an extremely good sign. In Chu Yang's dantian that no one could see, those little golden people were all dispirited at this moment, almost on the verge of collapse. However, as the constellation soul-stealing liquid quietly entered their bodies, those little people suddenly became like people who had starved for 30,000 years and suddenly saw nectar. Without any explanation, they all started to crazily absorb it. As they absorbed, the power of the supreme true spirit in Chu Yang's body also started to gather again, gathering towards his dantian once again. Slowly, the golden liquid from before slowly appeared in the previously completely dried-up dantian, and the spirits of the few little people also gradually became excited again. Along with wave after wave of breathing, traces of golden mist came out of their mouths and noses again, flowing through the meridians to all parts of Chu Yang's body. And wherever this golden stream of air passed, the severely damaged meridians started to recover bit by bit. Even those broken and crushed bones were glued together by an inexplicable mucus and returned to their original places. Although this recovery process was slow, it was disorderly and well organized. Although Chu Yang was still unconscious at this moment, his complexion was getting better and better. After a day of not moving, a rare trace of blood actually appeared on his face that was as pale as paper. Until now, Chulu, and Tan could finally relax a little. During this period of time, the two of them had been by Chu Yang's side, not going anywhere, taking care of him without blinking. It was as if Tan had drained himself of all his energy. He continuously poured his energy into Chu Yang's body. After his cultivation was exhausted, Chulur took over. Then, Tan rested for a while before taking over. Meng Wuye's injuries were also very serious, and he was also in a state of unconsciousness, but at least his life was not in danger. Currently, the Dream Slayer army had nowhere to go, so they could only temporarily march with Chu Yang and the others. Not to mention anything else, Chu Yang, their savior, was still unconscious. Even if the Dream Slayer army was thick-skinned, they would still be embarrassed to just leave without saying anything. The group of people that Chu Yang and the others initially had more than 30 people, but in the blink of an eye, it had become close to 1,000 people today. Although they were marching majestically, their marching speed was as slow as a snail's. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that they had traveled less than 100 miles. They set up camp at the foot of a mountain and prepared to rest. Yu Qi's injuries were about the same as Chu Yang's, so he was definitely unable to chase after them. Even if they didn't consider Yu Qi's character, just based on their injuries, everyone was still safe. Even if Yu Qi had the elixirs that Yuan Tianji had given him, it was impossible for it to reach the level of constellation soul-stealing liquid, so his condition was definitely not better than Chu Yang's. Without Yu Qi's presence, they had to worry about the attack of the tribulation spirit, and it was impossible for it to counterattack. Although Yui's character isn't that good, but the words she said and the promises she made can still be counted as a promise worth 1,000 gold. An officer of the Dream Slayer army said, since he promised to retreat under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. After setting up camp, they first settled the 2 heavily injured Chu Yang and Mengwei. Then, everyone began to look around for food. If they had nothing to do, they set up a protective formation outside, and everyone sat down to cultivate and recover their own state. After checking on Chu Yang's injuries, Yao Ningning returned to his small tent. In the tent, besides the 2 elders, there was another person at the moment. He was full of a clear aura and was standing solemnly, waiting for someone's return. When he saw Yao Ningning come in, he immediately stood up. Greetings, Grand Elder. You may dispense with the formalities. Yao Ningning waved his hand and sat lazily on the chair. I actually didn't ask you to come here for anything important. I just want to ask you about the real situation of the battle between my big brother Chu Yang and Yu Qi after all. You're the representative of the Heavenly Patrol and judge the outcome. As the other party, you must have seen the whole process. This person was the master of the Heavenly Oath Division. After all, Yu Qi had made a bet with someone of Chu Yang's level. Of course, it wasn't something that ordinary people could witness. But the master of the Oath Division was destined to be the only exception. The 4 people's conversation didn't deliberately lower the volume of their voices, so what they were saying now, although they were in Yao Ningning's tent, everyone could hear it. At this moment, when they heard Yao Ningning's words, everyone's ears suddenly pricked up. This topic everyone was too interested in. End of update. Sigh. I'm going to attend the annual meeting on the 13th again. These few days, I've been crazily saving manuscripts, but I'm afraid I'll still owe it by then. Let me give my brothers and sisters a heads up in advance. If I really owe it, don't scold me. If I don't owe it, then reward me. Chapter 2180. Everyone was really curious about the situation of the battle between Chu Yang and Yu Qi on that mountain, and how it led to such a result. Chu Yang's strength was clearly much weaker than Yu Qi's. But when the master of the Oaths department heard Yao Ningning's words, his expression immediately became very strange. He said with a faint smile, What exactly do you want to know, Your Highness? Yao Ningning said with great interest, I want to know everything, no matter how big or small. You just have to start from the beginning and tell me everything you know. Well, the process of the matter is like this. On that day when the oath was established, Chu Yang's true cultivation was lower than his opponent's by 3 levels in the way of heaven's test. In other words, Chu Yang was only at the peak of the heavenly being realm, while Yu Qi was at the peak of the sage realm. The master of the demon emperor's heavenly oaths department spoke slowly but clearly. Under normal circumstances, there's no need for such an oath in this duel at all. There's simply no comparison between the two. Yu Qi, who's at the peak of the saint level, should be able to easily kill Chu Yang with a casual palm strike. However, the heavenly way has unexpectedly acknowledged the existence of this bet. This has naturally aroused the great interest of our entire oaths department. And the facts also proved that Chu Yang really had endless potential. He won a battle that was absolutely impossible to win in the end. He actually used different means to weaken Yu Qi's cultivation time and time again in the battle with him, so that the two of them finally stood in a situation of almost equal confrontation. The master of the oaths department began to describe the entire process of Chu Yang's battle. He didn't even miss a single detail. He described in detail every word that Chu Yang had said, Yu Sha's reaction after each of his words, the extended meaning of each of Chu Yang's words, and Yu Sha's subsequent psychological conjectures. He didn't miss a single detail. He explained everything clearly one by one. It could be said that the current commentator, even Yu Qi herself, would not have thought of so many things. In the decisive battle, it's natural to pay attention to the words and deeds of the other party, and this is also the time when one's spirit is highly concentrated. But because of this, Yu Qi suffered a big loss in the end. Every word that Chu Yang says hides a special purpose. He is gradually leading Yu Qi's thinking to produce subtle changes with his words. Every subsequent sentence would push the effect of the previous sentence infinitely to the highest level. So, Chu Yang would be able to control Yu Gang's emotions from the very beginning, especially when he calls out the names of his sword moves again and again, and every move is so fierce. Since Yu Qi was able to reach her current position, she is definitely a martial arts fanatic. How could she not be interested? And delayed rain's tragedy began when Chu Yang shouted out the name of the sword move for the first time. From then on, things got out of hand. Just like that, he used this kind of progressive method to distort black and white to plot against Yu Qi, causing Yu Qi's cultivation to continuously decline due to her injuries. In the end, she even lost her rationality due to anger. Hearing this, Uncle, who couldn't help but ask in confusion, "This isn't right, right? You should know that it was a fair fight between the two of them. Isn't Chu Yang interfering with the battle situation by doing this? And his method is a bit too despicable. How can such behavior be done by a real man? Why didn't your oaths department stop it?" "Stop it? Elder Hu, I'm afraid your words are unfair." "Huh." The head of the oaths department looked at Uncle, who with some inexplicable meaning, and smiled faintly. "Elder Hu, don't misunderstand. I'm afraid you have misunderstood something." "Haha, speaking of which, Elder Hu still has a strong Jianghu aura. You are very persistent in your chivalrous spirit." The meaning of this sentence was quite profound. Moreover, he didn't call Uncle Hu by his official position. Instead, he called him Elder Hu, just like the old master, and even changed his surname. The meaning of this hidden meaning was very obvious. Uncle Hu's old face turned red, and he said angrily, "How am I unfair? Where did I misunderstand? Did I say something wrong?" Elder Hu, the oath between the two of them was a battle of victory and defeat. They even said a few words about life and death. In other words, this is actually a battle of life and death. The head of the oaths department chuckled. What Chu Yang did was still a battle in essence, and not a simple scolding. Do you understand? Or I can say it more clearly. Using a saber to kill is killing, but using a sentence to kill is not killing, right? Using a saber to fight is fighting, but using a sentence or a few words to provoke the enemy's anger and disturb the enemy's fighting heart to achieve one's desired goal. This method may not be desirable, but in the end it is still a battle. When two people are fighting on the battlefield, not to mention a sentence, even a look or an expression from the opponent can be a factor that disturbs and affects the battle situation. A sentence is also a battle. It is also a weapon. In a battle, the winner will live and the loser will die. How can Chu Yang's actions be despicable? In a battle between enemies in this world, there's nothing they won't do. Each of them is desperately looking for a chance to survive on the road of death. This matter is only about life and death. What does it have to do with morality? Battlefield. The final victor is the winner. But Uncle, who was a little stunned and didn't know what to do. If everyone were truly reasonable and moral, would there still be a war of weapons in this world? Why would there still be gratitude, grudges, hatred, and bloodshed? As for the talk of a fair fight, Haha, this fight itself is extremely unfair. Chu Yang is 3 levels lower than his opponent at the start of the fight. How can it be fair? The Master of the Oaths Department looked at Uncle, who with some mockery. According to you, since it's a fair fight, then everyone should fight openly? If you can't beat me, you'll die? In that case, what else is there to fight in this battle? Everyone, just show your cultivation. Chu Yang is seriously no match for you. Wouldn't it be easier to just slit your own throat? Why are you still fighting? Your strength is weak to begin with, but you don't allow others to use tricks against you. Do you want Chu Yang to close his eyes and wait for death with this fair fight? Do you think so? The Master of the Oaths Department's words made Uncle whose face and ears turn red. One's cultivation of vitality is one's strength, and so is one's attainment in weapons. But there's actually another, most important strength. This strength is often the key that can affect the battle situation the most. That's the wisdom of the human mind. This is also a part of strength, and it's also the most important component of strength. Yu Qi's cultivation is 3 levels higher than his opponent's, and he has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years longer than his opponents. In the end, he was still defeated by his opponent, and both sides suffered great losses. Just a few words can make him so angry that he's delirious. What's wrong with losing? The Master of the Oaths Department smiled faintly, but this faint smile almost made Uncle Hu feel ashamed. Yes, just now, he only heard about Chu Yang's various despicable means, but he didn't think about the gap between the two's true strength. Just as he said, if Chu Yang didn't do this, what were the chances of Chu Yang winning? That wasn't even half of it. It was almost negligible. There was no need to fight this battle at all. He just needed to wait for death. Sigh. Uncle Ma let out a long sigh. But at the end of this battle, the bravery displayed by these two people was truly moving. Even now, thinking about that kind of battle still makes my heart tremble and my mind sway. The Master of the Oaths Department smiled again. Elder Ma, you're wrong again. Wrong? What's wrong? Yes, it's wrong in the word bravery. From the beginning to the end, I only saw Chu Yang's bravery. How can I see Yu Qi's bravery? At best, he's just mad with anger and has lost all reason. Under such circumstances, can it be called bravery? Chu Yang, on the other hand, fought with his opponent so crazily in a situation where his mind is extremely clear. That's real bravery. Speaking of which, it's not that Chu Yang didn't have other ways to restrain Yu Qi, but in the end he still accompanied him to such a decisive battle. This is the true respect for this fight, and also for Yu Qi. So, after Yu Qi was defeated, he didn't say anything. He immediately gave the order to retreat. Because he understood it himself. Chu Yang didn't have to do this, but he still did it. When you're weak, you can think of a way to equalize. But when you're evenly matched, I won't take advantage of you. Let's fight with our own abilities. Now, Mo Yuntian's army has already left Lone Bamboo City and is beginning to retreat to Mo Yuntian. This is also the only thing about Yu Qi that people can agree with. That is, he's a man of his words. And in the end, he didn't have any resentment. He must have thought it through. The words of the Master of the Oaths Department set the final tone for this battle. At the same time, it also revealed the mystery in everyone's hearts. Whether it was Yao, Ningning, or the people listening outside, they were all enlightened. Thinking of the hardships of Chu Yang's battle, everyone sighed in their hearts. From being 3 levels lower than the enemy, to using all means to equalize the battle. Finally, under the situation of being evenly matched, he abandoned the power of wisdom and fought to the death with the enemy, risking his life, and won the battle in the end. This process was really too difficult, and everyone also remembered a few other sentences. Everyone felt that they had benefited a lot. Using sabers and swords is killing, and it's a battle. But isn't a sentence killing a person also killing a person? Since it's a battle, then anything in the battle is a weapon. Sabers and swords are weapons. Isn't a sentence or a smile also a weapon? After writing this chapter, I hesitated for a long time before posting it, because, in my own opinion, this is an unnecessary chapter. Since the battle is over, what's there to explain? I thought everyone understood. But the truth is that many people don't. When the battle chapter came out, there was a wave of abuse. Book reviews were criticizing, Teba was criticizing, Weibo was criticizing, and there were even people directly criticizing on QQ. Everyone thought that Chuyang should have fought Yuqi head-on. Fight fair and square. Can't stand it. I might as well explain this chapter. Chapter 2181. Although one's cultivation of vital energy is one's strength, and so is one's attainments in the sword and saber. However, there is another most important strength. This strength is often the key that can affect the outcome of a battle. That is the wisdom of a person's thoughts. This is also a part of strength, and it is the most important component of strength. Everyone seemed to have understood something as they chewed on these words. After answering Yao Ningning's question, the master of the Demon Emperor's Heavenly Oaths Department left immediately. This big shot was also a person of high status and power. The Oaths Department was a special department that was independent of the official system of the Demon Emperor's heaven. In the entire Demon Emperor's heaven, other than the Demon Empress herself, there were not many who could order this big shot around. This time it was Yao Ningning, the unruly Grandmaster, who asked personally. If it was someone else who wanted to inquire, not to mention whether they could find out, they might be accused of spying on the secrets of the heavenly oaths. It was just that before he left, he unexpectedly heard that Yao Ningning had given the constellation soul-stealing liquid to Chuyang for consumption. His eyes actually lit up and he said something unexpected. Worth it. Too worth it. As the only person who had watched the entire battle, it was believed that no one knew the depth of Chuyang's potential better than him. A person who was only at the peak of celestial being level was able to defeat a sage. What a terrifying existence he was. There was no doubt that it was an absolutely shocking surprise. If one were to say that Chuyang's battle record was still a little vague and not very specific, then it could be compared to an example that was easier to understand. The difference in cultivation between Chuyang and Yuqi was roughly equivalent to a first-grade supreme martial artist in the Chongtian continent suddenly exploding and killing Ning Tinya after a round of fierce battle. There was no doubt that the difference in strength was really that big. That was why everyone who heard this result was so shocked. No matter what methods Chuyang used in the battle, whether they were despicable, shameless, or despicable, it was undeniable that this was war. This was a place where all kinds of plots and schemes were used normally. It was still the same saying. If one didn't use it, was one waiting to die? But there was one thing that couldn't be denied. Other than Chuyang, looking at the battle records of all the people from ancient times to now in the world, there was no one at the peak of celestial being who could defeat a saint. What future did such a person have? Was there even a need to ask? If a person like Chuyang were to die, all the experts in the world would be glad that there was one less terrifying person who could threaten them. But if he were to live, the impact would be even greater. At the very least, if you were to befriend such a person, and even if you were indebted to him in the past, it would be equivalent to having a permanent protective talisman. This person was willing to brave dangers alone for the sake of his subordinates. For the sake of his brothers, he was willing to risk his life. For the sake of his friends, he was willing to risk his life. For the sake of a person he liked, even if it was Meng Wuya who was once his enemy, he was willing to gamble and fight to the death. Once this person reached the level of a sage, who in the world would dare to touch his friends? He believed that once he moved, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Yao Ningning's investment in such a person was really worth it. As the saying goes, only by being willing to part with something can one obtain it. Otherwise, how could he be the sole heir to the throne of the Demon Emperor Heaven? He was too insightful. At this moment, the master of the Oath Department had a little reverence for His Highness Yao Ningning. It seemed that those rumors in the past were either smoke, self-humiliation, or the jealous slander of some people with ulterior motives. How could such an insightful and bold His Highness be as unbearable as the rumors? The master of the Oath Department had left too quickly. His thoughts were completely overshadowed by his own imagination. Yao Ningning did not know, nor did he think that the master of the Oath Department would think like this. To be honest, when he took out the Constellation soul-capturing liquid, he did not have the slightest intention of investing. It was completely because he found Tan Ten pleasing to the eye, wanted to make friends, and was unwilling to let his friend die. That was all. The reason why Yao Ningning and Tan Tan could become friends was not only because of chance and coincidence, but also because of a very important similarity. Both of them had a pure heart that was ignorant of worldly affairs. Therefore, when these two idiots met, they were like tortoises and mung beans, and became idiots together. No one in the world could explain the two words fate and law clearly. Yu Qi had already led Mo Yuntian's men to withdraw by now. Once this piece of news was confirmed, everyone was instantly relieved. Not only Meng Wuya's Dream Slayer army, but also by Yu Qin and the others led by Chu Yang, all felt that a big stone had been removed from their hearts. No matter what Yu Qi would say after returning, the pressure from Mo Yuntian's side was completely gone for the time being. And this result, in the end, was not all because of Chu Yang's desperate battle. Everyone was well aware of this point. If it were not for Chu Yang, how could they have escaped from the previous 10,000 miles of pursuit? If it were not for Chu Yang's terrifying advancement along the way, how could they have the qualifications to negotiate with Yu Qi face to face? The long pursuit of more than 180,000 miles, with danger at every moment and death at every step, was all because of Chu Yang alone, looking for a trace of possibility in the impossible, and looking for a trace of hope in the land of death. Just like that, they rushed over, recalling the hardships along the way. Everyone felt as if they had had a bizarre and absurd nightmare. Even now, when they recalled the experience of that day, they often broke out in cold sweat and felt waves of lingering fear. Did he really come over just like that? Could it really come to an end for the time being? Everyone relaxed. Everyone had a surreal feeling. Some even wanted to cry. They really didn't know how they had come this far. If Chu Yang wasn't here to stabilize everyone's confidence, they probably wouldn't even need to be captured. They would have collapsed long ago, right? Meng Wu, you finally woke up in the evening, which made everyone in the Dream Slayer army happy. After hearing about Chu Yang's matter, Meng Wu was speechless for a long time. He did not say anything about his plans for the future, and only let out a long sigh. From today onwards, they would become vagabonds who couldn't return to their homes and would wander around the world. Yu Qi returned in defeat this time. It would be strange if she did not put all the blame on Meng Wuya when she returned. That day, he and the Dream Slayer army set foot in the eastern royal heavens in the name of arresting rebels. Now he and his group had become rebels. The world was unpredictable, and the world was unpredictable. How could one know what would happen in the future? Right now, he could only take one step at a time. After Meng Wuya woke up, regardless of whether it was his expression or his expression, it was as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. His originally smooth face was now filled with wrinkles almost overnight. His hair, which was originally as black as ink, had turned a lot more white overnight. Seeing Meng Wuya's change, everyone sighed. They knew how he felt, but no one tried to console him. It was not that no one wanted to, but they were in no position to do so. They also lacked the words to console him. They really did not know how to console him. Meng Wuya knew that he had been loyal to Mo Yuntian all his life. He had been loyal to Mo Yuntian through life and death. However, at the last moment, he was framed and accused of being a rebel because of a groundless accusation. From then on, the creed that he had believed in all his life had collapsed. The goal that he had fought for all his life had suddenly turned into nothingness. He had become an enemy. Who could accept this? On the afternoon of the third day, a group of people was driving a carriage. They walked leisurely on the road. All the injured were sitting in the carriage. However, only 2 people needed to lie down, Chuyang and Mengwea. Their journey was much more relaxed. They didn't have to worry about being attacked by enemies. Compared to the previous situation where they were in a state of panic and fear, the current situation was as carefree as heaven. However, everyone was very worried about Chuyang's injuries. They really could not laugh. Since Chuyang was injured, he had been in a coma. Although he had accidentally obtained the constellation soul-capturing liquid to save his life and stabilize his injuries, Chu Lu'er and Tan Tan took care of him tirelessly. Yao Ningning and the others also came to visit him once in a while. They were all speechless. The injury this time was really too serious. Although the constellation soul-stealing liquid had a miraculous effect, it could save one's life without any worries. However, it was still lacking a few heavy pills that could restore one's soul and extend one's life. When it was time for lunch, Chu Lu'er was frowning. Her face was full of worry. After these few days, she had become a lot more haggard. This big brother of mine is really... Chu Lu'er grumbled. So many heavy pills have been distributed. He didn't even keep any for himself. Now, it's great that he's in a coma. It's obvious that he can be cured with just 1 pill. Tan Tan also sighed. Don't you know his temper? Doesn't he share all the good things with everyone? Have you ever seen him enjoy anything alone? What's the use of complaining now? The problem now is how to find some suitable heavenly treasures so that my senior brother can wake up quickly. Chu Lu'er frowned. Who doesn't understand this logic? But Yao Ningning and Tan Tan have been looking for heavenly treasures, like dead dogs, for the past 2 days. It's useless. This is his territory. He has tried his best to find them, but it's useless. No matter how much we want to, we can't do anything. Yao Ningning's dissatisfied voice came over. Hey, Sister Lu. When did your handsome brother Ningning become so tired like a dead dog? Beauty, you have to have some conscience when you speak. I'm always full of energy and vigor. Chu Lu'er curled her lips in disdain. Who's the one who needs someone to massage his legs every day? And he keeps complaining about being tired. Yao Ningning was stunned. Chapter 2182. These few people had already become very familiar with each other in the past few days. They didn't have any taboos when it came to joking. They dared to say anything. Tan Tan said in an eccentric manner, I say, who are you? You're following behind that little sister by every day. You're like a shadow. Are you tired or not? Yao Ningning's face turned red. What do you know, my fair and virtuous lady? Tan Tan clicked his tongue and said, Why don't I know? It's you who doesn't know. It's fine if she has a little bit of interest in you. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any interest in you. You're clearly hot-headed. Yet it's still so hot. TSK, your skin is really thick. Looking at the whole world, other than my senior martial brother, you're the only one with such a thick skin. In these few days, although Bai Shixian had been following Yao Ningning around all the time, the little girl's goal was very, very clear. She wanted to find the cultivation inheritance of the Wind Fox clan. With a certain woman like Guy, how could she not make use of it? Yao Ningning naturally patted his chest and agreed. But the problem was that the thing that the little girl needed was of a very high level. It was currently in the hands of the Demon Empress. Even if the Demon Empress agreed, they could only take it out when they arrived. And Bai Shixian, this little girl, was obviously ignorant of worldly affairs. So, she wouldn't act without seeing the rabbit. Who would believe you now? Anyone with the title of Tai really didn't have much credibility. So, Yao Ningning was very melancholy these few days. He was really worried. As long as he was with Bai Shixian, he could not say more than a few words, and the topic would turn to the Wind Fox inheritance. If he wanted to talk about something like romance or tell a joke, this little girl would have a completely ignorant and adorable look on her face. She was indeed adorable, but speaking of that matter, It really made me laugh to death. Yao Ningning said, "Yes, it's really funny. Brother Ningning, do you really have that inheritance you mentioned before? Really?" Bai Shixian said, "Speaking of that guy is really interesting." "Huh, that's what happened," Yao Ningning said, "and it's really interesting. Brother Ningning, can you describe to me the specifics of the inheritance?" Bai Shixian asked, "There's also that matter. I really went through a lot of trouble." Yao Ningning said, "And it was really hard. Brother Ningning, what about the inheritance?" Bai Shixian said, "After a few exchanges, Yao Ningning lost all her strength and was defeated. This was the case almost every time they talked. She had already complained to Tan Tan more than once. Elder brother, tell me, do you have a saying like, it's really hard to get through untold hardships?" Yao Ningning had a helpless look on her face. This girl's way of thinking is completely different from a normal woman's. Everyone else should be laughing until they can't breathe, but she's just blinking her big, innocent eyes and asking about the inheritance very innocently. Tan Tan and Chu Lu were disdainful of this. "You call those stories? You have the nerve to tell jokes. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about your eloquence. It's really not worth mentioning. Besides, have you ever seen a person who hasn't even laughed when he tells a joke? You haven't even started to tell the truth, and you're already laughing yourself to death. The point of laughter is really are you doing performance art or telling jokes?" Moreover, Bai Shixian had been following Mo Qingwu for a long time. So, I reckon that she had heard all those so-called jokes and stories from Chuyang. So, I reckon that her ears would have grown calluses from listening to them for a long time. Most of them have been repeated, but you're still telling them with relish. The little girl didn't fall out with you, probably because she's kind-hearted. She can't bear to see that you're tired from telling them. Taking 20,000 steps back, what you've said compared to Chu Yang's eloquence and experience. To put it in a less pleasant way, it's simply a pile of shit. Who would be interested in listening? Who would be interested in listening to it? To think that you think it's very interesting. You're still in high spirits. Not to mention the little girl. Even the two of us can't bear to listen to it. Occasionally, when we listen to it, we have the mentality of it's really interesting to see Yao Ningning embarrassed. Brother Tan, you're saying that this is really strange. Yao Ningning looked miserable. Why is it strange? Tan Tan rolled his eyes and chewed on the stalk of grass with a bored look on his face. Why do you think it's so difficult for me to pick up a girl? Yao Ningning looked dejected and melancholy. I'm fucking weird. I have the family background, the character, the looks, the martial arts, the status, the figure, the elegance, and the temperament. How can I wretch? Before he could finish, Chulu and Tan Tan were already vomiting so much that they were in a mess. If you want to be narcissistic, you can be shameless. If you want to be thick-skinned, you can be thick-skinned. If you want to be... Chulu continued. Yao Ningning's face instantly turned bitter. I say, sister, you don't have to hit me like this. No matter what, I'm still a grand member of the Heaven Imperial Court. Chulu's face turned cold. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on the fact that you're a grand member, the little girl definitely won't like you. Think about it yourself. Are there any good people in the Heaven Imperial Court? Yao Ningning's face turned black. It seems that there really aren't any good people. No, I'm a good person. Lu was amused. She chuckled and said, You're a good person. You're a good person. You're still categorizing those who aren't good people as yourself. You're not that, you're that. Yao Ningning's face turned even darker. I'm really that. Why didn't I think of that? I'm really that, Tan Tan said seriously, which was rare for him. Yao Ningning, I'm telling you seriously. You can't do this. You have to do it that way. Yao Ningning was immediately energized. Big brother, quickly give me some advice. You're experienced and experienced. I'm counting on you. Please, Tan Tan raised his head and chuckled. He was very proud. Of course, of course. It's as easy as flipping my hand. Chulua looked sideways and said, "Oh, Big Brother Tan is so experienced in certain things. It seems that you have a lot of experience. When I see Sister Danfong later, I'll definitely have a good talk with her. No wonder she's so dead set on following you. It turns out that you're so experienced. I don't know if you've hooked up with hundreds of girls." His face was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. He bowed to Chulu, with his hands clasped in front of him. "Grandma, I'll call you Grandma in the future. My poor old bones really can't stand the torment. Please open your eyes. Great expert, treat me as that and let me go." Yao Ningning's eyes widened. "Big Brother Tan, didn't you say that you're the head of the family? Whatever you say is the law." Sister-in-law has never dared to reply. "What's wrong with you?" He hadn't even finished speaking when Tan Tan covered his mouth. "You idiot! You deserve to be hacked to death." Are those fucking words that we brothers say when we're together? But isn't your sister-in-law's best friend here now? How can you say such words so casually? Do you want to fucking kill me? You idiot! I've enlightened you in vain. Why can't you even understand a little bit? It's over. It's completely over. Tan Tan's face was like that of an old society. He sighed deeply. When Yao Ningning heard this, she still persistently asked, "You haven't taught me what to do." "You," Tan Tan fiercely said, "what to do? It's very simple. From now on, walk around naked in broad daylight. Especially, walk around in front of Bai Shixian. Use your specialty and maverick ways to move her. It'll definitely work. Besides this, don't eat when you're eating. You'll eat shit in front of her. I believe that she'll definitely fall in love with you. This is the secret to picking up girls that I'll teach you." Tan Tan shouted hysterically. He stood up, flicked his sleeves, and left. "You fucking exposed my secret in front of Chu Lu, Xia Danfeng's best friend. You're making me look like I'll never see the sun again. You actually want me to teach you how to pick up girls? How did you figure it out?" "You're fucking crazy." Tan Tan had already left. Yao Ningning stared innocently. She was at a loss. She really didn't understand. Which sentence of hers had made Big Brother Tan angry? This stripping and running around naked doesn't seem like a good idea. Yao Ningning thought hard. She said to Chu Lu, "As for eating shit, it's a bit too difficult. This is too hardcore. Would Bai Shixian really like it? Lu, your relationship is quite good. Do you like it?" Chu Lu was originally out of breath from laughing at the farce in front of her. When she heard this, she stood up and stomped on Yao Ningning. She said angrily, "You're the one who likes it." She turned around and left angrily. Yao Ningning scratched her head and muttered, "You don't like it? I don't like it either." Not far away, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked up at the sky. It was as if there were so many things worth seeing in the sky that they actually looked up and didn't move. Their atoms apple-bobbed up and down. It seemed like they were doing something. What's going on?" "Chu Lu!" I had just entered Chu Yang's carriage when she screamed loudly. Hearing this, everyone immediately rushed over to check. Right now, nothing was more important than the situation in front of a certain king of hell. In the carriage, Chu Yang was lying down quietly as before. His face was full of tranquility. However, his body was continuously emitting layer after layer of mystical white light. This dense white light turned out to be the extremely pure spiritual energy of the world. It was like layers upon layers of a dense silk net covering Chu Yang's body continuously. It seemed as if it wanted to cover Chu Yang completely. Everyone looked at this shocking scene with their eyes wide open. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Chapter 2184. Time slowly passed as Tan Tan narrated. The sword spirit had also gradually understood everything. He heaved a long sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. So many things have happened during this period of time, but nothing too big has happened. The sword spirit came out for a while to understand the current situation. He also confirmed Chu Yang's condition. Then he immediately returned to the tribulation space. The tribulation space had been unsealed. However, only the sword spirit could freely enter and exit it. Many people inside the tribulation space were eagerly waiting for Chu Yang's news. In particular, Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian had been asking questions every day. They had almost driven the sword spirit to collapse. The sword spirit had received the news, so he had immediately returned to inform the two ladies. However, he was still feeling melancholy when he realized that the person outside had been injured. The sword spirit sighed and left. The sword spirit and the tribulation space were Chu Yang's secret and strongest trump cards, so they couldn't be known by outsiders. Tan knew this very well, so he would naturally keep it a secret. Tan was a bit stupid at times. However, his mouth was absolutely tight, especially when it came to Chu Yang's matters. Tan's mouth was as solid as steel. The sword spirit gave Tan a heavy pill before he went in. Then he solemnly warned him, "These are the only pills we have for the time being. You see who has a more serious injury. You should take them first. It's an emergency." Tan repeatedly promised that he would take care of it. However, Tan immediately put all the heavy pills in his pocket after the sword spirit disappeared. Do a favor? This old man certainly won't do that. The one with the most serious injuries was Chu Yang and Meng Wuya. However, Tan didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Meng Wuya, to be honest. Give him the heavy pills. Tan would have thrown them into the toilet if they had belonged to him. After all, he wouldn't have given them to Meng Wuya to treat his injuries. There was also, this team belongs to senior brother Chu Yang. Senior brother is the soul of this team. Tan muttered to himself. First of all, I don't have a legitimate reason to help them. Second of all, they may not appreciate it, even if I save Meng Wuya. Third of all, it won't be as effective as senior brother's personal help. Since it's not worth it, then you should suffer for a few more days. In any case, you won't die, Tan thought. Then he felt more at ease. Tan didn't want to move even more as he thought of this. As a result, Meng Wuya's recovery was delayed indefinitely. After that, there were no more storms. As expected, in the evening, 3 days later, they finally arrived at their destination, Luohua City. Before they arrived at Luohua City, they had no idea why the city was called Luohua City. This was a city surrounded by mountains on all sides. Logically speaking, with the geographical environment surrounded by mountains on all sides, the city shouldn't be too big in theory, but this Luohua City was more than 10 million square meters. As long as you stood in the city, you could see the snowy scenery on the top of the mountains on all sides. But on the mountainside, you could see a myriad of colors. It was hard to tell what kind of flowers they were, but they were in full bloom on the mountainside of countless mountains on all sides. Moreover, the flowers in Luohua City didn't only bloom for one season. They bloomed in all 4 seasons. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums were all beautiful. Spring was full of colors, summer was even more colorful. Autumn returned to full of colors, and winter was still red and green. In short, there were all kinds of flowers blooming on the top of the mountains all year round. Whenever there was a gust of wind, petals would fall from the mountains and fall into the city. Every day of the year, there would be petals falling into the city for a long time. Therefore, it was named Luohua City. Every year, the falling petals were picturesque. Every month, the falling petals were poetic. Every day, the falling petals were like tears. Someone once wrote a poem about this. Looking at the falling petals in Luohua City, the falling petals stain the horizon. If the sky really has no tears, why bother to fall flowers in this city? As soon as everyone entered Luohua City, the strong fragrance of flowers that filled the air made everyone feel comfortable. It seemed that their hearts were also softened by the petals and the fragrance that filled their noses. "It's so beautiful here." The two little girls, Chu Lu-er and Bai Shi-xian, were undoubtedly the most excited. The two girls' eyes were wide open, and their little faces were red. They were extremely excited. They raised their heads and opened their hands to catch the petals in the sky. Their laughter spread all the way. After being told about Chu Yang's current situation by Tan Tan, Chu Lu also returned to her playful character. How could she not enjoy herself in such a wonderful environment? Tan Tan was still sitting in the driver's seat, holding the horsewhip in his hand. He looked at the falling petals in the sky with disgust. He was speechless. Fuck! What kind of broken city is this? Why didn't anyone clean up the garbage? These floating petals are really an eyesore. As soon as they heard this, they immediately mocked him. Everyone who heard this sentence glared at him angrily. There was actually such a person in the world. He was so poetic, dreamlike, picturesque, and illusory. But in this guy's mouth, it actually became a pile of garbage and an eyesore. For a moment, whether it was the Dream Slayer army by Yu Chen, Yao Tai, and the two little girls who were especially angry, they all looked at Tan Tan as if they wanted to bite him into pieces. The pedestrians on both sides of the road also looked sideways at this ugly guy. Someone looked up to the sky and sighed. It's no wonder that this brother has become so ugly. Some things are really subjective. But in the tens of millions of years of the Heaven Imperial Court's history, there has never been such a weirdo with looks. It's reasonable that he doesn't like Luohua City. If he also thinks that it's beautiful, then it's really an insult to Luohua City. This person's voice sounded faintly, but it caused everyone to burst into laughter. Tan Tan was furious. Who is it? Who and where was it that spouted such bullshit? Come out and let me take a look at you if you dare. I want to take a good look at you. That voice laughed. I don't dare to come out. I'm afraid that you'll think that I'm ugly when you look at me. Just consider me a coward. From afar, a gray shadow could be seen disappearing like lightning. Hearing this, Tan Tan was even more furious. He wanted to chase after it, but he forced himself to hold back. He kept scolding along the way. Don't fucking fall into my hands. Little bastard. How dare you say that I'm ugly? What's wrong with your eyes? You're distorting the truth. You're full of lies. Everyone lowered their heads and forced themselves to hold back their laughter. If you're not ugly, then there's no justice in this world. Luohua City, I'm here again. Yao Ningning's words were full of sadness and sadness. It was so strong that it almost condensed into substance. Even Bai Shi-xian, who had been hiding from him these days, couldn't help but raise her head and look at him a few more times. Yao Ningning looked up at the sky and sighed. His face was full of melancholy and loneliness. In this Luohua City, how many times have I been rejected? At least 1,000 times. My nerves are tempered into steel here. Woo, woo, woo. Everyone laughed and found an inn to rest for the time being. Although the Grand Master didn't want to be too ostentatious, he kept saying that he wanted to keep a low profile. But when it was time to book the inn, everyone was shocked again. This Grand Master, who kept saying that he wanted to keep a low profile, actually booked the entire Luohua Inn, the best inn in Luohua City. Are there any rooms left? Yao Ningning raised his head. There are still rooms, but there aren't many empty rooms. The inn owner said, It doesn't matter. Drive out those who are staying here now. Yao Ningning raised his nose. Pa! Yao Ningning threw a handful of purple coins on the table. Is it enough? It's enough, but the inn owner frowned. Pa! Another handful of purple coins was thrown on the table. Is it enough? Pa! Is it enough? Pa! Is it enough? In just a moment, Yao Ningning had piled up the counter with purple coins. This was purple cloud coins. With just 10 purple coins, one could book the entire Luohua Inn for a whole month and enjoy the best treatment. And this time, The Grand Master's generous action directly threw down no less than 10,000 purple coins. The innkeeper's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It's enough, it's enough. I'll arrange it right away. The owner nodded and bowed. Yao Ningning said arrogantly, if it's not enough, I'll continue to throw. If it weren't for the principle of keeping a low profile and not being too ostentatious, I would have directly smashed this broken-in with purple coins. If other people said this, it would most likely be an exaggeration. But no matter what this Grand Master said, it was 10,000% true. He would definitely do it. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of people behind all had black lines on their faces. They all turned their heads and looked around. Everyone's face had an expression of, I don't know him. Being together with this guy was simply embarrassing to death. No matter what, you're still the Grand Master of one side of the world. Why are your every move now like a nouveau riche who suddenly became an idiot after being smashed by a mountain of gold? Is this what you meant by keeping a low profile? Not being too ostentatious? Then what else do you want to be ostentatious? It had to be said that the majority of the customers fell for his trick. When the boss promised to pay them back 3 times the amount, everyone quickly moved out of the room. Hurry up and clean up. Clean it thoroughly. Yao Ningning shouted arrogantly. Under Tan Tan's influence, Yao Ningning had learned the demeanor of a profligate son of rich parents very well. In fact, she had already surpassed her master and was even better than him. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked at Tan Tan with resentful eyes. Our Grand Master was originally such a simple child. He had only been with you for a few days, and he had actually been infected by you to become like this. People say that one is stained by the company of ink, and one is stained by the company of pigs. Chapter 2185. Yao Ningning just stood in front of the door, and those customers who had left the restaurant walked out in front of him one by one. Some people couldn't help but size up this rich and overbearing super idiot, a nouveau riche, who had nowhere to spend his money. What are you looking at? Yao Ningning raised his chin. Haven't you seen a rich person before? I've seen quite a few rich people before, but this is the first time I've seen an idiotic rich person like you. Today, I finally know what it means to be a nouveau riche. My horizons have been broadened. Someone said ambiguously. Yao Ningning flew into a rage when he heard this. He was about to step forward and lash out at that person, but he was pulled back by Tan Tan. Brother, using money to smash people is very satisfying, but it also depends on who you're smashing. What kind of people are you smashing? Hey, come. Let me tell you. He pulled Yao Ningning to one side. Finally, the day passed smoothly. Early the next morning, Yao Ningning woke up very early. He walked back and forth in the hall. Out of the door and back in, he was hesitating. Should he go and look for Zi Xiecheng? His heart was really in a dilemma. Bai Shixian was sitting at one side, holding a book called The Secret History of the Holy Fox and reading it with great interest. This book was given to her by Uncle Hu. It was Bai Shixian's first time coming into contact with the history of her clan. Naturally, she was reading it with full concentration. In the end, the Wind Fox was also a member of the Fox clan. Although it was more or less special, in the end, they were still of the same origin. The bones of the Wind Fox were still that of a fox. Bai Shixian sat quietly. Her white clothes and black hair seemed to have become a gentle scenery in the hotel hall. Yao Ningning was restless near the door. He didn't stop at all, which formed an extremely sharp contrast with her quiet self. Bai Shixian didn't look at him from beginning to end. All her attention was focused on the book. But Yao Ningning looked at Bai Shixian after a while. With one look, his heart was in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do. Even Yao Ningning himself did not realize that his mentality had already undergone a subtle change. Before this, he was madly pursuing Zi Xiecheng. Regardless of whether Zi Xiecheng paid attention to him or not, he would still shamelessly approach her and look for her. Even if he was scolded, beaten, or refused entry, he would still enjoy it. But now he had actually begun to consider the question of whether to go or not. This was undoubtedly a huge change, or rather, it was an improvement in a certain sense. In the end, Yao Ningning gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and rushed out of the door. Destination: Falling Flowers Villa. Yao Ningning stepped on the petals all over the ground and walked to the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, she gathered her courage and shouted, "May I ask if Miss C is here?" "I, Yao Ningning, request an audience." It was silent inside. No one answered. He called out again, but there was still no response. A graceful white figure appeared silently in front of him. "Oh, isn't this Erning? What's going on?" Again, "Ioyo, I really admire your infatuation." Yao Ningning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aunt, can you not make fun of me like this? Do you really think I'm heartless and have no feelings? Besides, can't you just call me Ningning? Why do you have to call me Erning, such an unpleasant name? You little one, when did I make fun of you? I'm praising you." The beautiful woman in white laughed lightly. "What I said was the truth. After being shut out more than 1,000 times, you actually still have the courage to come here. In the entire Demon Emperor heaven, no. I believe that even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, you're the only one who can do that." Yao Ningning rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Sigh." "Ningning," the beautiful woman said seriously, "Aunt is telling you the truth. Let go. You have absolutely no hope." "Why do you say that?" Yao Ningning's face was cryptic. "Miss Z's heart should have already been taken by someone. She can't hold a second person. No matter how infatuated the second person is, it's meaningless." The beautiful woman in white smiled bitterly, looking at her nephew. Her beautiful face was full of pity. Her love for that person is so deep that you can't imagine it. So, a woman's love will only be given to one person in her life. Once you give, there will be nothing left. The beautiful woman in white was a little disappointed. No matter how infatuated and outstanding the person after her is, this woman's heart has already been given away. No matter how good the person after her is, it will be of no use. It will be meaningless, because this woman has already lost her heart. Her heart will only recover when she sees the person she loves deeply. The beautiful woman in white looked at the dumbstruck Yao Ningning and said slowly, "In the days when you weren't around, I had tea with Miss C many times. There was a banner hanging in her bedroom. Do you know what was written on it?" "What was written on it?" Yao Ningning asked anxiously. "The wind blows fast, and the clouds are high in the sky. I travel alone to the ends of the world. If we meet again in the clouds, I ask you to sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan." The beautiful woman in white recited in a long voice. She added, "That was written by Miss Z herself. I've seen her. Pen." Yao Ningning only felt as if his heart had been hammered heavily. For a moment his face turned a little pale. This poem was written by Z Xieching and hung on the wall of his bedroom for a long time. What was the meaning behind it? It was almost indescribable. The wind blows fast, and the clouds are high in the sky. It was nothing more than the dangers of the martial world. A woman's youth could only be wasted waiting in seclusion. The word seclusion was written with a kind of helplessness. "I travel alone to the ends of the world." This sentence was unrestrained, but the meaning of loneliness and desolation could not be concealed. The sun sets at the ends of the world. I'm alone, with only my sword as my companion. What kind of loneliness was that? Especially the mentality of a woman who longed to be protected and cared for. It was also expressed in this sentence. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman. She needed a man's protection and care. Although Zi Xieching was strong, deep in her heart, what was the difference between her mentality and that of an ordinary little girl? If we meet again in the clouds, I ask you to sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. This sentence contained more of a kind of hope, a kind of desire, or a promise. Luohua City, south of the Misty River. Back then, after Xi Xieching's cultivation was greatly damaged due to the transformation of her martial arts in the Demon Palace, she came here regardless of everything. Since she came here, she only focused on cultivation and never went out again. Perhaps the rest of her life was only left with waiting for the person who made her make a promise to herself. As long as we meet again in the clouds, this flower will be picked by you, as long as you can come. The meaning of this sentence was very clear, and there was no concealment. It's just that I don't know who is so lucky to be able to get her favor, a sincere favor. Yao Ningning was disappointed for a long time before he muttered to himself, I really envy this lucky guy. Sigh, I also sincerely hope that Miss Z can be happy. If I can see this person one day, I must have a good drink with him. Tell him to take good care of Miss Z. Yao Ningning sighed sadly, only feeling that her feelings were flowing away like water, never to return, no matter who this lucky person was. There was one thing that she was sure of. That person would definitely not be her. No matter how long she waited, it would not be her. The beautiful woman in white looked at Yao Ningning and finally couldn't help but sigh. Then she felt a little surprised, although Yao Ningning looked a little disappointed now, and even lost, but the extent of her sadness didn't seem to be as serious as she thought. Logically speaking, Yao Ningning should be in so much pain that she would rather die. Could it be that this little one's so-called infatuation was nothing more than this? Or was it a moment of enlightenment, and no longer infatuated with the wrong person? If it was really the latter, it could be considered a good thing. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was suddenly a noisy sound of footsteps from afar, as if a large group of people was rushing over here. Listening to the sound, there are actually a few hundred people. Who are these people? Yao Ningning turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in white. She had stayed here for a long time before, so she knew this place very well. It was a 100% quiet place, and there was rarely such a big commotion. Could it be that Miss Z had offended someone? These people were here to find trouble. If that was the case, she definitely couldn't tolerate it. It's a fool who came, the kind that is even more foolish than you. It's really rare to find someone who is more foolish than you in this world. Coincidentally, there is one here. The beautiful woman in white couldn't help but laugh. But speaking of which, you are actually not too foolish. You are probably just lacking a bit of brain. But this person is purely foolish. There's such a thing. Yao Ningning's gaze was fixed. Although she didn't know whether the beautiful woman in white was praising her or belittling her, she was a little interested in the person who wanted to do that with her. What kind of person could actually get such a high evaluation? She really wanted to see who it was. Then she saw a large number of people, each holding a huge bouquet of bright red roses, tender and beautiful. Then there were some people carrying a rack, which looked like a construction team, and then they were busy in front of the falling flowers courtyard. Not long after, a large-scale high platform was erected in the air. It was 50 feet high, and it was more than 100 feet wide. Then those who were holding the roses flew up and started to work on it again, teleporting, transporting, pulling out a fancy bouquet, following which the roses were arranged neatly one by one, making them even more stable. It could be seen that they had done this more than once. Everyone was very familiar with it, and they were very familiar with the business. Still, not long after, so many roses had all been put on the top of the rack, and in an instant, the area with a radius of several hundred feet was filled with a strong fragrance. All the bright red roses were arranged into 5 bright red words at the top of the rack. "Miss C, I like you!"